Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, distinguished guests from around the world, whether you're joining us online or gathered here in the room today on the beautiful Constructor University campus in Bremen, Germany, we'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for being with us here today. We have investors and entrepreneurs, media, members of the press, Constructor leadership and staff, university faculty, alumni, and students. Let me officially welcome you to Demo Day. All right. We're going to try that again in a minute because I think we can do a little bit better. But first, if you're wondering who the classically handsome Canadian on the stage is, my name is Adrian Chalafour. I'm a communications officer here at Constructor University. I never touch my curling stones at the hog line, and I will be your host for the entire day. And I'd like to start by reminding you of why we're here. Today, you're going to hear from 14 early-stage tech startups with big, bold business ideas to push technology to the next level. From AI to quantum computing, these entrepreneurs are actually advancing the very frontiers of tech in the marketplace. And they have earned their spot on this stage today as members of the Constructor Start Accelerator program. From the nearly 1,700 startups from over 50 countries that applied to take part in this intake of the program, just 26 were hand-selected to move forward with this intensive training and mentorship program. These final 14 that are here today represent the very best of their class, and they will be pitching their vision to a panel of esteemed jurists for a chance to walk away with a $100,000 check and up to $1 million of funding from Constructor Capital through this program. So, with that in mind, and knowing that we may see lives changed here today, let's try this again. Who is excited for Demo Day? I'm glad to hear it. So strap in and buckle up because we have a full day of action for you folks, as you can see from our agenda. We're going to start with some opening remarks from some of the key people behind the Constructor Start program and the organizations that support it. We're then going to dive into our first startup pitch session, where you'll hear from the first 7 of our startups. As a reminder of the format, each startup will have just 5 minutes to pitch their business ideas to our jury and to you, the audience, followed by another 5 minutes to take any questions from our jury panel. After that, we will take a short break. You can stretch your legs, you can refuel, and then we're going to kick into the second half of our program, which will start with both an address and a panel discussion on quantum computing, before we head into our second pitch session, where the last 7 startups will pitch their businesses, including a number that are operating in the quantum computing space. So I think these things are going to complement each other very well. After that, we will take one more break before coming back together for a special keynote address, followed by the big moment where we award the prizes, including the $100,000 check. After the main program, I'd like to invite you all to join us for a networking dinner in the foyer of the building here. This will feature a few more speakers, as well as a special speed dating style matchmaking session for investors and entrepreneurs. So please, let us play host to you today and dine with us after the program. Now, it's a full day of action, and we want to make sure you're front and center for the whole event. So I'm going to actually ask everybody in the room and online to pull out your phones and scan the QR code on the screen now. Everybody, pull out your smartphones and scan that QR code. Did you know that when we are awarding the prizes at the end of the day, one of those is the prestigious Audience Favorite Award, and it will be determined entirely by your voting, which you can do by scanning the QR code to join our WhatsApp group. There you can vote for your favorite pitch, and you can follow along with all the action. Now, before you put your phone away, please double check. Is the ringer off? Is it set to silent? This is particularly for those in the room here. Great. Now, if anybody happened to be in the washroom or something while we had this QR code up, don't worry, we'll bring it up a couple more times before the pitch sessions so that everybody can take part in the voting. So, with that in mind, and knowing that we have a full day of action, to kick things off with his opening remarks, I would like to invite up the Provost of Constructor University, Dr. Fraser Cairns. Dr. Cairns.
Use that microphone or this one? This microphone? That's fine.
Do you need a clicker?
So, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Fraser Cairns. I'm the Provost of the university, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the campus today, which is a super and gorgeous place, and the weather is fantastic. So if you think about why we would host an event like this here today, I think you have to go to the fact of our mission. And the university's mission is to make science and research and learning more effective and more efficient, and to empower students from around the world to become the next generation of scientists and professionals and leaders. And within that mission, there are three key ideas. So the first is that science and research and education are drivers of positive change in society. So together, those three strands are the solution. They enable societies to understand problems, to develop solutions, and create opportunities for us all. The second idea within the mission is that science, research and education cannot possibly be static, but must continue to evolve, and they must continue to become more efficient and more effective. If knowledge systems are slow or outdated, those solutions that we're all looking for will arrive too late. And then the third idea, which is important here, is that innovation grows faster when different perspectives meet. Scientists and researchers from diverse backgrounds approach problems differently. They challenge assumptions and they contribute complementary expertise. So diversity increases creativity, making discoveries more robust and more widely applicable. Obviously, many of the challenges we all face are complex and urgent. There's climate change and pandemics, demographic change, rapid technological transformation. So cooperation across borders and across cultures and across languages spreads ideas quickly, raises standards, and builds lasting networks of trust. We are a university where over 120 nationalities, they don't just simply study together, but learn to interpret the world together. And so there really can be no more sensible place to host an event that foregrounds innovation. After all, knowledge enables innovation, innovation improves lives, and improved societies can invest even more in future knowledge. So it really is an enormous pleasure and an honor to have here scientists and researchers and entrepreneurs hoping to realize their breakthrough ideas and projects. You are all extremely welcome to Constructor University, and I hope that you enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cairns. Folks, it is a real treat that we get to welcome this next speaker with us live in the flesh, in the room. He is basically the man behind this entire Constructor ecosystem, and the reason we're here today, he is the founder and chair of the Constructor Group. Please join me in warmly welcoming to the stage Dr. Serge Bell. Dr. Bell.
Yeah, so just before I start, I want to point out that Constructor is a collaborative effort. There is at least 3 founders, myself, Oznur, and Stanislav. We are all founders, not just me. And, you know, it would be very strange if it would be just me. And then even beyond that, we have 15 partners. So I personally don't appreciate this type of high-level introductions. So we should remember it is impossible to build large entity alone. Nobody does it. People believe that people do it alone, but that doesn't happen actually. You always get support. So on that note, I have prepared a speech. You know, usually every year I come up with a speech which is about trends. And for the past 15 years, it would be shown at the separate times, you know, January, February, or March for the first time. And so, you know, we are in February, and first time I'm showing the speech about trends for 26, 27, 28. And so forgive me, it's very unprepared speech. And so there's lots of mistakes in it, and we try to collect information. You are guinea pigs on that speech. I will probably present this similar content, you know, 30 times over the course of the year, or maybe 10 at least. And this is the first time. So first is just reminding you what we do. That's our mission, leveraging computing, software, robotics to make every scientist, teacher, and student more efficient, more effective. And we're doing it by doing 3 connected things at once. First thing is Constructor Knowledge, which is 3 entities in itself. It is university where you are, very much science and research university focused on physics, computers, and business, but with other subjects, fully accredited. We intend to get it to close to 10,000 students on campus. We will finish this year with close to 2,500, maybe more than 2,500 only. Then there is an online university in Constructor in Oxford, which we intend to get to over 100,000 students. And then we just recently formed, and we are building up the third entity, which is called Constructor Labs, which is doing fundamental but deeply applied or deeply fundamental and applied research. Then there is Constructor Tech, which is a main hope for our mission, building a software platform to make scientists, teachers, and students more efficient, more effective, where customers are corporate education, K-12, and universities, and then Constructor Capital, which is why you're here today, which invest in companies which are either doing what Constructor Tech is doing, or built by people who would be produced by entities like Constructor University, not Constructor University. In some ways, one of the inspirations was Carnegie Mellon for me. It's just an inspiration. It's not really something which we can replicate. It's a completely different entity. Another one was Bell Labs. Bell Labs was united around very much an applied mission of making communication and information exchange better. And it produced a lot of fundamental science, 10 Nobel Prizes, 5 Turing Awards. And so here we add education. And the way we think about these 3 things working in concert, they are not working in concert now. We're only in full control of this entity for, you know, 4th year, and it takes time to make changes. We're moving into that direction, and we're moving rapidly into that direction, and hopefully it will work. But Constructor Knowledge provides network, testbed, talent, expertise, and research for the other 2 entities. They are independent. Then Constructor Tech, every customer of Constructor Tech is either source of student or faculty or research collaboration, and efficiency and effectiveness of knowledge management is very relevant to portfolio companies, and there is always need for people in Constructor Tech. Constructor Tech is a small entity, it's about 320 headcount today, but growing very rapidly in revenue. It's a software company. And then Constructor Capital, which is acting as a corporate and business development arm for the previous 2 entities. Obviously, it can leverage Constructor Tech software when it's applicable, and for sure it can leverage network, testbed, talent, expertise, and research of Constructor University, including Constructor Labs, including Constructor in Oxford. And with that, a little more about Demo Day. Somehow there is some overlap here with formatting. As I told you, you're going to be in pain here, but you can see that that's an inspiration for Demo Day. Demo Day for us and Constructor Start program of Constructor Capital is done as a way to generate directly and indirectly pipeline. We do not expect that we make huge returns from this fund. Returns will be reasonable for our LPs, but that's not where we look for majority of absolute returns, but we generate pipeline directly and indirectly. Famous inspirations. What is different for Constructor Start is that we are completely meta hybrid. So we don't expect that companies necessarily can come here. So we do it online and you can come. We are very international. We are very, I'm Singaporean. My partners are Singaporean. We are very neutral. So we work with everybody who we are allowed to work with. And we have very direct access to academia, which is similar to Berkeley Skydeck, perhaps. As you heard, we try to look for companies at $100,000 to $1 million check. There is very quick inflation in the areas of investment. I remember back when I started 30 years ago, you can have an accelerated check of $5,000. I think today people raise $5 million, seed rounds. And so 100,000 was initial goal. And of course, we want to keep it very pragmatic around our mission. So we want to try to select best companies, but the companies which are somehow aligned with our mission. And so one more slide on Constructor Tech. It looks very complicated, but that's what we do. So there is a free foundation, and there is 8 applications covering a life cycle of teaching, Prism, to make content, practice, to practice online instead of practicing with physical equipment, software labs, development labs and physics labs and chemistry, biology, whatever labs, Learn, which is LMS, Assess, which is a grading application allowing you to run assessments much more often and generate them with AI, Proctoring, which is continuous observation of a student during exam, but also during study, giving feedback to the student, to the parent, and to the teacher, Schedule, allowing to dynamically reschedule the resources and people, Research, helping the scientists to leverage AI, and Groups, which is our plugin on top of Teams, making Teams and also having our own video server to make collaboration better. And then there are some apps coming up. And so with that, I will switch to trends. That's what we do. But now to trends. So first, one of the most common trends in my industry, and it is important that the money we spend on making this university successful, and the money we invest in Constructor Capital, and the money we invest in Constructor Tech are made in software. And so what happens in software right now is quite turbulent. And that's why it's so difficult to make the trends. And most of people say coding is dead. So don't learn coding. There will be no coding needed. I literally spoke to 2 most respected by me private equity people, one from Insight Partners, one from EQT over the last 5 days, 2 times to each of them. They are very busy people. And each of them spent for more than 3 hours with me about the fact if software is going to die. I mean, one of them is in charge of $110 billion AUM. Another one is in charge of whatever, $200 billion AUM. And so it is always very difficult to unravel. I mean, all these famous people, look what they say. They say, yeah, everybody in the world is now a programmer, right? That's Jensen Huang. He's a clever guy. I actually met him in person. He's actually reasonable. And then you will not need to know what code is, right? And this other guy says that I didn't open IDE at all, right? So, and of course, this is, it was happening with traditional waterfall process, which we have adjusted multiple times over the past 30 years on development software. So when we started, we read the books. at least I read the books in 94 and 95 about waterfall process and how you need to document things, and when you document things and follow the process correctly, you come up with great software. Thereafter, we moved through several iterations. We use agile process now, but so is all of this dead? And of course, if the first thing is that there is advantage of AI. AI can generate code, and so it is. I mean, I'm 55 years old, and I'm doing business for almost 35 years, but only last 2-3 years made me to be more mindful about what's happening around me. And I just started to realize that it's better to think about the world based on the data set which is actually surrounding you versus reading somebody else's statements out of context. And so when I look at this, I see that indeed software developers write more code, but it is not necessarily that the productivity goes up 10x. So in the observable space, like Acronis, Virtuoso, Constructor, this is companies which I can see. ChainStack, we probably talk about 1,700 to 1,000 people coding. So it's a relatively large set. We see productivity increase 15 to 50%. So it's not by any means even 2x, right? So that's one thing. It's still a lot, right? It's still a lot. And then my view is that people are very good estimating things which are smooth. And so if you think about the surface of products we need to build, people assume that it's a smooth surface. And so as you scale the productivity, you can cover much more surface. But in reality, most of the things which are surrounding us, they have fractal surfaces. So the surface increases very fast. As you make more details, you get to have to make even more details. You get to have to make even more details. And so in my opinion, we are very, very far from creating perfect machines. So the perfect machine which we have in front of us is you, humans. And to make a human, there is so much more software need to be written. It's not 2x and it's not 20x and it's not even 200x. It's maybe 2 in the power of, whatever, 20 or 2 in the power of something x. And so, yes, we can write more code with AI, but that just means that there will be many more code written. And yes, we can make better software with AI, but the current software is such a piece of shit software. There is no good software. All software is very stupid, is very inconvenient, it's hard to update, it has errors, it has reliability problems, it has performance problems. And so that's the second thing. And then the third thing which I see is that maybe indeed software is dead. And software as a service companies dump their stock. But it's clear that people need a lot of compute. They need a lot of servers, they need a lot of desktops, they need a lot of CPUs, they need a lot of GPUs, they need a lot of network cards. And there is no way you're going to run that compute without infrastructure software. So this type of software and sort of software inside the hardware is definitely not dead. So operating systems, new life for operating systems. There's lots more ways to deploy compute. Everything becomes compute. This becomes compute. This becomes compute. This becomes compute. Everywhere, everything's very smart, requires a lot of compute. And middleware also needs to be changed. Development tools, yes, if software is dead, the first companies which will fight and try to survive will be companies which build development tools. So there will be new development tools. System management, all of that needs to be working well. That is secure, safe, private, authentic, accessible, and blah, blah, blah. So you need system management. And definitely the amount of money hardware companies make is ridiculous. I mean, right now you have hardware companies having 95% gross margins. For all I know, only software companies are allowed to have 95% gross margin. And hardware companies should have 50% gross margins. Not enough competition. And so with that, to the trends which I see in our space, it's always good. There is this different saying about whether it's good to live at the time of change or whether it's bad to live at the time of change. And so there is a Chinese saying that it's bad to live at the time of change. And I personally think it's a lot of fun to live at the time of change. But one thing which happens at the time of change is change. And so it's very difficult to look at everything at the same time. So this is just a trends which I think are, intuitively feel good for me. We came up with this in the last 4 weeks of preparing this presentation. So hardware, definitely a lot of trends on how to make more hardware. Hardware prices are exploding. So the hard disk prices, CPU prices, network prices, there is much more demand for hardware. Hardware is not like software. You cannot suddenly make it. You have to build fabs. Then there is certain software areas which are growing very fast. And then there is these areas which I don't personally like, but they are becoming real, like robotics, space, tech, and LLMs. So with that, next generation computing. So that's the guy who is building this generation computing, right? And so there are these three challengers. I don't have a lot of time. You guys can download the presentation and actually give me back comments after. So first is, of course, we at some point need to switch to photonic computing. And my mother and father are physicists, and back when I was 5 years old, my mother would walk me to another lab in St. Petersburg State University, and she will show me some guy, I don't remember his name, and say like, this guy, and I was 5 years old, that's 50 years ago, he's building next generation computers based on photonics. It's been 50 years. We don't have those computers yet. And so there is a prevailing conception it will never happen. It will happen. It is happening. So in 10 years, we probably live in the world where most of computing is done with photons. There is nothing special about photons. It's another elementary particle, which is just allowing you to have high frequency computing with lower power needed. And so many different attempts, both simulator attempts and emulator attempts on photonic computing from companies, including companies in our portfolio. Then neuromorphic. Neuromorphic is computing where you don't have the traditional architecture where you would have memory separately from a processing unit. So you have it combined. It's very loosely defined. So allegedly, it's similar how the brain works. And that's, of course, bullshit because we don't really know how the brain works. And it's definitely not the only difference between the brain and silicon computers, that processing is combined with memory. But at some point around maybe 20 years ago, the proponents on neuromorphic computing, they picked up the fight with their own crowd, quantum computing folks, and they lost. And so neuromorphic computing was artificially downplayed. So it was sort of losing attention. It is gaining attention back. Neuromorphic computing has at least one quality your brain has as a major advantage. Yes, there is ChatGPT. It's very, very clever, has very high IQ, but it spends many orders of magnitude more power. And so while humans are distributed on the surface of the Earth and can travel to other places and still use their brains, you cannot really send a GPT cluster to anywhere. It's very large. It requires a lot of energy. So neuromorphic is definitely picking up in variety of ways to be more energy efficient. That's a first mass market neuromorphic computer. Probabilistic, Kostyan Novoselov, head of our scientific advisory board, chairman, he's here. He's going to talk to you about his approach to probabilistic. So what happens as you emulate reality, there is a lot of optimization problems which require Monte Carlo optimizations, Monte Carlo driven optimizations. And if you use traditional architecture, it is highly inefficient to do this in traditional architecture. It's better to integrate probabilities into the logic. And so all of these approaches are catching up. They all have some advantages: neuromorphic, very power efficient for AI; photonic, very power efficient for data centers; probabilistic, very power efficient and fast for complex optimization problems. Then, the trend here is that there is a suddenly, when I was a student, I was inclined to build computers. So we built Sinclair, and there was this other type of computer which you built with, you just make it with your hands. And from that point onwards, it became less and less and less and less glorious to build new computing architectures. So for a while there was this, fight between RISC and CISC, and then they kind of merged, and it seems that it's dead. It's not dead. New computing architectures needed. Then you have quantum. We were investors in IonQ, and we are now investors in Quera, which we believe was a market leader, or maybe still is a market leader globally in quantum computers. And then Quera will be a market leader in quantum computers. And so there is huge progress in quantum computers. It's important to remember that there is still fundamental science which may be uncovered when you build a high-scale quantum computers. But if it's not, it's all about error correction. There's lots of progress on error correction. There is lots of methods how to make error corrections better. And this fractal nature of the surface of the products kind of works both ways, in a way that when you see there is new methods of error correction uncovered, that means that there is many more new methods which can be found still. And the leading platforms in quantum computing, we believe, are neutral atoms, either cold ions or cold atoms. And we believe in the next 1 to 5 years, so minimum 1, maximum 5, there will be actual real applications of these machines for scientific and industrial purposes, mostly scientific, but also industrial purposes. And, of course, there is other quantum computers coming, superconducting quantum computers, photonic quantum computers like Quandela, which is a company we are talking to, and also there are spin qubit quantum computers. But in a nutshell, quantum computers with very high probabilities are becoming real. What does it mean? It means there are certain algorithms which you may be able to find better solutions. There is certain problems which you may be able to build better software from. And it also means that you should at least be aware of it, because all of this will be available in all large clouds as a part of the API. My partner, Marie Lepsky, will speak today about the fact that even though even in scientific society communities, there is some questions about what's going to happen with quantum computers, there is absolutely impossible to miss investment and revenue momentum behind companies which are doing quantum computing. And then, of course, next-gen manufacturing, the world is becoming increasingly geopolitical. And so people are switching, and we used to depend on food primarily. Then we started to depend on energy. So in the last many years, we were dependent on energy. And then suddenly now we are going to be dependent on chips. So if you don't have the chips, you can't win wars. You don't have the chips, you can't have good economy. You don't have the chips, you can't build new products. And so there is this rebuilding of the chip manufacturing capacity. For a while, it seems that it's very nice to have all this global cooperation and have chips made in Taiwan and used partially in China, and then assembled in Singapore, then shipped to the United States. Now everybody wants to build their own. This, of course, is most valuable company in Europe, ASML. which is use lenses. I've learned doesn't help Zeus too much. I've looked at the evaluation, but it helps ASML. It's about $600 billion market cap. And so lots of progress in making it possible to make different chips and different components in the with a new robotic equipment. And that not only relates, of course, to chips, it also generally relates to next generation robotic manufacturing, micro manufacturing. Manufacturing is getting spread. It used to be labor intensive, right? And so it was perceived to be, let's send it to China, it's labor intensive. It became qualified labor intensive in the past 10 years. So actually, it's no longer about the fact that in China it's cheaper. It's about the fact that only in China you find the right talent to build your manufacturing. And then with robots, it's becoming energy intensive. And so as long as you have the same price for energy, you can manufacture. And then it also becomes strategic. And so everybody's building up manufacturing. So we see a lot of opportunities for companies building next generation robotic manufacturing equipment, especially for computing, but also for everything else. Then switching to software. So that's companies in software development. So the most famous companies which everybody's using is Atlassian. Used to be $116 billion market cap. That's Jira. Who here used Jira? You see, right? So that's a company. And so now it's $20 billion market cap with $6 billion in ARR. And it's growing 23.3%, right? And, the market cap is like nothing. And then, somewhat less effect on other companies except GitLab. And then you have all these AI companies, look like Cursor, $29 billion market cap with 1 billion ARR. Who of you uses Cursor? Or used, I used a little bit, but Cognition and Replit. So this is a new generation software companies which build software development tools. So what is happening in software? So first of all, there is a software as a service under pressure. So every day over the past 2 weeks, I get questions from private equity, but also from debt providers that software as a service may be dead. And so my view is that per user pricing and per seat pricing probably going to be under competitive pressure. It's not dead. In reality, my metaphysical view on economy is that everything is about calendar time of humans, and there is very much the same number of humans in the world, and most of them live very badly, and so it's unlikely that number of users will decrease, and it's unlikely that they will pay less as a percentage of their total income for living better. They will pay more. So in my opinion, even for software as a service, the market will grow, will be larger. You will build better software. More people will use it over longer periods of time during the day. However, there is competitive pressure. So there is definitely everything which is per seat and per user and automation is under pressure. Then, of course, there is a huge reshuffling in development tools. So is software going to be totally built by machines? It's very hard for me to predict this since I'm an old man. And so, since about 20 years in our industry, I've been told that I'm an old man because in our industry from 35, you're an old man. The young man is 15 years old. And so I'm not. But I don't see that the software developers will disappear. I don't feel it. But for sure, the software development will change. And it's already changing. The tools need to change, and they're already changing. And so it's a huge challenge for companies in the space. So there is, again, pricing crisis. There is a question on how IDEs need to work because IDEs was mostly for human input. Now you have cursors. next to it. There is different ways to store code and to do different things with code and to test it. And then that leads to another thing is that in the past life, we built software, but that software need to be tested, benchmarked, reviewed. You need to do performance, reliability, security, efficiency, versatility of that software. And you had certain behavioral and empirical metrics, like how many defects per line of code or how many lines of code per developer. All of that is changing. And so, yes, you can generate code, but don't forget that in commercial software, generation of the initial version of the code is, not more than 20%, and in many cases, 5% of the job. 95% of the job is to make it work very well, and it is going to be done differently. Right, Paul? What do you think? Will it be done differently? Yeah. So Paul here, he built Microsoft MSDN and Visual Studio, still #1 place where people build code. And then he was CEO of VMware, so he should know. So most likely it will be different. Yeah, he's even older than me. He's like 105 years old already. And in any case, so that's one. Then there is lots of changes in infrastructure software. This is sort of talks about AI stack. Again, we just found this picture as a part of preparation. You have all these fancy words: AI agents, build framework, memory, vector databases, retrieval and indexing, computer use tools, telemetry, local interfaces. All of these are tools which are better done once and better benchmarked and tested well. And so there is definitely a lot of things. I mean, people say, let's make agent-centric software. What is it? I don't know. I mean, it's not very clear. And if you build it, what do you need to have as infrastructure? And so there is definitely a lot of attempts to make it work well. Then you see in all portfolio companies, the cost of infrastructure is exploding. So people used to spend 1% on infrastructure. I'm talking about compute, network, and storage, then 3%, and 10%. And with the AI, they can easily get to like 50%. So they're gonna just work on paying money to NVIDIA effectively. And in the middle, Amazon will make money. So you send money to Amazon and it sends to NVIDIA. Not a very glorious way. And so you need to manage your platforms in much more efficient way. And another thing which is important is when you have very clever infrastructure, you tend to rely on it much more. And so as the infrastructure become cleverer, it has to perform well, it has to be secure, and it has to be very reliable. So again, in my opinion, it is a rebirth of infrastructure software. I mean, personally, I've learned a lot about doing software business from Microsoft, effectively from Paul, actually, indirectly. And so I remember I was in 1999 listening the speech of Jim Alchin in Las Vegas. And it was some kind of like a specialized event for top vendors. I don't know how they got us in because we're not top vendor, but I was in the audience. Every time you listen to the speeches of these senior Microsoft executives, at that time, Jim Alchin wasn't super senior, but you think, okay, my business is completely dead. Microsoft will do everything. That's it. No more software. But one thing he said is that internet is revenge of mainframes. So mainframes are coming back. And in some ways, we do have a revenge of mainframe. Amazon is kind of a new generation mainframe. And so now we have a revenge of infrastructure software. For a while, we were building all this virtualization, operating systems, storage systems, and it was boring. Nobody was interested. It's coming back. Now everybody will need it. Then open source. So one thing to understand is that open source is not equal to GPL. And people are always afraid of this term because they think of GPL and the viral model of GPL. But you can open source under a variety of different licenses, including you can write your own license. And this is just some picture from what is open source in models. But for one thing, open sourcing part of your stack becomes beneficial because what we see is open source stacks and platforms are getting a benefit from AI learning the source and being able to help developers using the stack and platform and the application to build the source faster. And so for a while, for example, Acronis, we were choosing between 3 different frameworks for user interface: Angular, React, and Vue.js. And we were thinking that Vue.js is nicer, better architected for professional software. And they were kind of trending together. And then what happened is that the models and AI learn more React. And so React immediately killed other people. And so the same, in my opinion, can happen with many of the vendors who want to keep their platforms and stack closed source. And we will do our best in companies which we are involved in, at least in Constructor Tech, but maybe hopefully in Acronis and Virtuoso, to open source the stack and the platform so that the third-party developers can develop their applications faster. So, there are other trends in open source. I think, again, what happens with open source is not a very good in orchestrated way. And when you have a time of minimal change, closed source catches up. So you have like internet, open source went up, and then slowly, you had many closed source or closed source like models catching up. But during the time of change, open source enables people to innovate much faster in a very ugly way, but much faster. And so I recommend to do as much open source as you can afford. Remember that people buy support maintenance, and remember that you don't have to open source everything. And okay, now that I'm switching to 3 other trends, which I don't like. So first is this robotics trend. So that's, that's a Tesla robot. I've never met one before. I've listened to a speech of Elon Musk, one of the speeches on one of the forums, and he kind of said that every human will have multiple such bots. And so I immediately thought, okay, so 8 billion humans, 16 billion bots, and they are like 20 to 30,000. So that's very large amount of money, which Tesla is planning to collect. And I looked at Tesla stock, and it doesn't seem that the stock fully reflected. People don't believe in it yet. Well, they do believe it in somehow, but not so. Nevertheless, it's hard to ignore that these humanoid robots are becoming very popular. It is not very logical, right? You would think, why would robots need to be humanoid? As an engineer, it offends me, but it is a basic human instinct. We are much better dealing with things which look like us. It's easier for us to interact. And again, until now, and at least now, we are the main species on this earth. And so as long as we remain to be a main species, we will want to make robots which will look somewhat similar to us. At least that's the way they think. You see, they predict this market of 13 billion only. So that is quite different. Like if you multiply 10 billion by, even 10,000, you get to have $100 trillion market. So it seems to be not yet. I don't know. Who of you want to have a humanoid robot? You see? Okay, I'm just like, maybe, I can tell you that since I'm an engineer, my second daughter, she's about to be 28, and I remember that when she was like probably 8, I started to try to buy for her a robotic dog. And, you know, this was 20 years ago. And then I had other children, and every time, once in a while, I want to buy something robotic for them. And so most recently, I wanted to buy robotic dog again. And I did research, and there is not really any good robotic dogs yet. So I personally think that this sort of very useful humanoid robots may take a little longer, but then you have scientific and educational robots. It's definitely very useful. A lot of work done by scientists is done by hands, and it's very slow. And also, the scientists with good hands are not always correlated with the scientists with good brains. And so that makes the progress of science slower. And we see a lot of progress in making robotic labs, and that shall accelerate science, which shall accelerate everything else. And then all of that, of course, is helped by the fact that you can teach robots to do things in simulated and emulated reality. Again, it is not yet done very well, but that is also what drives demand for probabilistic computers and quantum computers, because the main reason to use probabilistic and quantum computers is to solve real-world problems which are arising when you deal with physical reality. Then you have the trend number 8 is space. Again, it is something strange. Who wants to live on Mars? Okay, who will travel to moon? Maybe. I don't know. So, like, why is that such a big thing? Like, right? And apparently there are some reasonable things. So first of all, there is helium-3 on the moon, and we need to mine helium-3, and there are other rare metals. And more importantly is that humans are species which have basic instinct of exploring, and so there is certain percentage of population which want to explore new things, and so people will travel to those places and will live in those places, as strange as it is. And so it's a large market. So there is a huge market for reusable small, large rockets, and there is many companies trying to compete. Quite obviously, SpaceX is going public at some point. I don't know what's valuation is going to be, but clearly people will overpay for its financials. Then, of course, all these rockets, they need to launch something. And so there is lots of things you can launch, lots of microsatellites, which can do different things. And then finally, there is this huge boom around space infrastructure. And, in space, you have a lot of, you don't need to cool things too much. It's very cold, and you have a lot of energy coming from the sun, which you can just catch, and it's not destroyed by the atmosphere. And so all of this is driving space tech, which drives the areas we focus on. We don't focus on space tech, but we focused on deep tech and software and edtech science tech. But we do believe that there will be more jobs in this area and more technology needed for that area. And with that, this is AI value chain drawn by, I don't know whom, not by us. So it kind of looks scary, right? And so what happens with all these analyst predictions is that companies like McKinsey and Bain, when they are faced with challenge, they just, if you cannot impress, confuse, right? And so they're trying to confuse you. So you see, everything's very structured. You have all these companies, and they have all the structures, and you have like some color coding, and so, but it's very well done. So there is a video which I think there must be a link to that video here, or maybe we forgot to put the link, which I liked. And so the first thing which is clear is that AI benefits people who build hardware, and they benefit people who host hardware, and benefits people who own data. So there is a benefit of original data. You can sell data now. Hopefully, the data will be even more valuable in the future. And so those guys make tremendous amount of money. If you look at valuation of even Intel, valuation is high right now. It went down to like 100 billion, even 90 billion. Now it's again, whatever, 250, 300 billion, because people need a lot of compute. And clearly, no matter what you think, AI does not, there is no evidence that AI will make software or usage of computers more efficient. It makes it less efficient because it becomes clever. And so clever things are always less efficient. And so you need more hardware. And to make it more efficient and faster, you need more data. Then you have people who build models. And so my personal opinion, I have expressed it even 1 year ago, is that the model business will shrink to zero, because all the models, they learn from the same data. And so eventually all of them should work the same, and they should all be trying to leverage their model advantage to get somewhere else. And so one place they can get is to user interface devices. We already see that. So there is Comet from Perplexity, there is Atlas from OpenAI, there is talks about some kind of AI assistant devices on the internet. So they are trying to get to the user, to own some new way of communicating with the user. I'm studying neuroscience last several years. I have some doubts about it because, humans have very nature programmed over the past million years structures. 20% of our neocortex is hands, and 15% is arms, and and so on and so forth. And so to reprogram it in such ways that, because AI can understand symbolic human language, the interface will change significantly. It's maybe not very realistic, but definitely they can get some traction. And then of course there is applications which need to be rebuilt with AI. Again, in my opinion, the models will try to build applications. So Anthropic will become ultimate software development tools company, or will try to become one. And through that, it will try to build a platform business. And through that, it may build some additional applications. I just think that, especially considering the geopolitical landscape where the Chinese models are open source and free, it is unlikely you can make money on the models. And it is likely that you make money on the hardware and infrastructure. You should be able to make money on the new devices. Devices should have more and more sophisticated inputs. And so that's the trends. And that is the announcement of the fact that we're launching Fund 2. It's called Constructor Partners Fund 1, but it's really Constructor Capital Fund 2. As you see, this is a new presentation. We invite all of you to consider joining us. We are investing only early and growth stage. We are finding companies in very unique way through our university network, focused on deep tech, software, infrastructure software, and edtech, the areas which we deeply understand. And so it's a good timing for this type of funds. And again, even in case you are in VC business, you still will need to generate pipeline. Our next fund is just 300 million. And so we're gonna only invest in early stage. And this is my last slide, if you didn't like the trends. So one is this event. We're gonna have this event twice a year. We cannot have it more than twice a year. There is just not enough change and not enough time between. We would have had it more than twice a year. And so what you can do now after my speech is you should leverage the time. And again, one thing which made me think about context passing is AI. So when we talk with other people, we are very often pass the context in a very informal way. We meet somebody and say, "Hi, I'm Serge." And so what does it mean? When you talk with AI, you cannot do that. AI doesn't understand what's going on. You have to give the AI enough context. And so it made me think about how I behave on events typically and how I observe many people behave in events. So first of all, when you are here, you should introduce yourself. People never introduce themselves. You get all the startups which come out to the presentations, and then they have the founder page, and then there is a huge photos and the name. So what? Okay, the person looks nice or not? Or, what does the name tell you? Not so much. So it's your where you from, education, achievement, expertise. Don't be shy introducing yourself, not necessarily for 15 minutes, but maybe for 1 minute. And then ask questions to other people. It's amazing what group of people which are able to communicate with each other can do in comparison with group of people which couldn't. If you think about the difference between humans and animals, the main difference is exactly the ways that we can communicate with each other, including through generations. And so ask questions to the other person. Don't be shy asking personal questions. For many years, I have lived in the world where people will say, separate personal and business. Be professional. I just want to be proud to tell you I'm completely unprofessional. I'm totally unprofessional, and I don't separate business and personal. I don't understand. It's me. What am I, schizophrenic to separate it? And so don't hesitate to ask controversial questions either. And then explain what you are in the context, and be clear what you want, and just meet many people here. It relates to every event. And with that, what you can do, you can join Constructor team, not just Constructor Capital, Constructor Tech, and Constructor Knowledge. We are going to grow very fast. We intend to change the world somewhat, a little bit, and we intend to build multi-$100 billion asset as a part of it. But it's not about money. It is about making scientists, teachers, and students more efficient and more effective with help of computers, software, and robotics. Apply as a startup. In certain areas, we have unique expertise on how to help companies to get from $0 to $100 million, how to get companies from 0 to $1 billion market cap. We are stupid enough to have done it 10 times. So smart people do it 1 time, but they grow a company to $1 trillion. We did it 10 times, and we built companies which are 6 of them over $1 billion. But as such, we have a lot of experience helping startups doing that. Come and join, we can help. And then also you can become our investor. Right now, it is recommended to be investor in one or another fund which invest in these new trends. Because, Paul, we had breakfast today with Paul Morris. He's one of our judges. And he told me that he sent me a link to an article which I haven't read, which says that in 2028, world economy will collapse, right? Something like that. So maybe, but personally, I don't think so. But even in case it collapses, I don't think the things which we focus on, which is deep tech, infrastructure, software, and ed tech, science tech will collapse. Or if it will collapse last. And if you think about it, you don't need to really be super wealthy and super successful. You just need to be more wealthy and more successful than other people. And so if they collapse before you, it's okay, right? And isn't it? And so do consider our fund. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Serge Bell.
What?
Ooh, jumping around here. Okay, next we're going to welcome the CEO of the Constructor Start program and the director of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center here at Constructor University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dmitry Kurin. Dmitry.
Thank you, Adrian. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I will try to be professional, but I'm not sure that I will do. So thank you for the day. It's very important for us to start our third demo day because we launched Constructor Start several years ago. And during this period of time, we collect more than 5,000 applications from all over the world. So can you imagine? It was an exhausted time for the selection process of all of these applications. And what we are doing, we're helping for the early stage founders and products to be a fundable company. During the 8 weeks, our program, we help them to create go-to-market strategy, prepare the pitch deck, prepare their value proposition, and so on. And we provide not only our huge expertise in the global or business or tech community, but also we helping with fundraising. We try to invest from the Constructor Capital Fund, and also we provide all the things from our university and labs. Regarding our batches, we launch 2 batches per year. First of all, it will be in February, and we started our new batch already. Second one will be in September. And during the twice per year, we inviting startups from all over the world. It will be approximately 1,000 applications. And during the 8 weeks, we'll help them by online. We're using our LMS system, using our mentorship session, our workshops to go to the next level. You can see the timeline, how it was in current batch. We got a huge number of applications. Yeah, I had exhausted several nights for selection of the process, these decks. And of course, you can see today only 14 of them who already prepared their pitches, who already fundraise money, who already go to the stage. Yeah. Thank you for our mentors. Thank you for our speakers. Thank you for our community. If you'd like to be a part of our Constructor Start program, please apply. Please just bring me and tell, hey, I want to be on the slide for the next demo day. And we'll put you here. Regarding our winners, as I mentioned, it will be our third demo day. And during the last demo days, several winners already fundraised money. And during the last 6 months, over the $10 million were fundraised by our participants after the demo day. And of course, our colleagues will hear some more information about first winner of the Constructor Start Ludensa. Thank you, and let's collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dmitry. Thank you. Okay, next, yes, I'm going to invite Dr. Matthias Winter up for a few more words. Here you go.
Okay.
Dr. Matthias Winter.
I try to also be professional since we're a bit late on time. So on behalf of Constructor Capital, would like to welcome as well to Demo Day today. As Dmitry said, it's the third time. We're very glad to be a sponsor. So the checks come actually from us. And we're very happy to give these checks because, this is not only, a good cause, but these turn out to be good investments. So where are we as Constructor Capital right now? So we closed Fund 1, Serge mentioned. We are about to open Fund 2, but Fund 1 is closed, so there will be no new investors anymore. We said like 1 year ago, we said we want to raise between 100 and 150 million. We ended up somewhere between there with 111. We showed a lot of commitment. So the group, Constructor Capital GPs, mainly Serge, but also the other GPs, contributed about 40% out of this fund. So we really put our money where our mouth is. And so far, we deployed about $40 million US dollars into various companies. One thing that we're very proud about, which is not very typical for an early stage VC fund, is that we have, as one of the few funds, you can benchmark that is 2 years old, we have an NAV which is 1.5 times the money invested. Typically, all funds go through a J-curve. So we're very lucky that we have actually quite a few portfolio companies who benefit from the cycles, the trends that Serge described. And by that, we saw uplift already now, and we are very optimistic that this will go much, much, much higher. See here, a few of our portfolio companies. Many of them are in deep tech, and today one of the focus areas is also deep tech. So we want to see more company in deep tech. We have quite a few quantum companies that are coming today. And, we have Quera in our portfolio. We have Lumai, which is a photonic computing company. We have a few other photonic companies, Architectronics. So we're very, very optimistic that they will benefit from the trends and grow further. Also, a bunch of very good software and AI companies that you see there, like G-Core, for example. They have revenues now about 140 million, so growing really, really fast. So this is evolving very, very nicely. And you see one company here, Ludenso. This is the first winner of Constructor Start batch. And we have also today, we had guys from Kudomet. They won last time. And we gave them 100,000. And by now they raised more than 1 million for the technology. So you see that in 6 months, it can go very, very, very fast. And we hope, obviously, that the companies that win today will have a similar track. And with that, I wanted to give the floor to Eric, the first winner, who will give a 3-minute overview of what he did at the time and give some inspiration to the next guys.
Here we go. Hello, everyone. I was originally told I was going to get 7 minutes, so now going up on the stage, I have 3 minutes. My name is Eric. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ludenso, and we're solving trust in the age of AI. I'm from Norway, and so are my co-founders. With us, we have the co-founders of Kahoot, Constructor Capital, the Atomic Angel Fund, and we're also working with some of the leading educational publishing houses in the world. I was not going to do a traditional pitch. I was going to take you through a story, 2 things. Being paranoid optimistic. So what do I mean by that? It means you got to be fine with a lot of fires burning. You got to believe that everything can go wrong, and most of it will go wrong, but what will burn down the house and which fires can you allow to burn? And I think the duality of being a founder is that while this is happening, while the house is literally burning, you also have to believe that you can conquer the global market and beat Facebook and Google and Apple in various segments. And then I was going to exemplify this by a few slides, which I now have to skip. So let's go to what we're doing now. I'm sure everyone here has experienced hallucinations within using AI. Yes. Very little, yes. Can you get some hands or something? Okay, very cool. So while AI is disrupting education, it becomes harder and harder to validate what is true and what is not. And our purpose is to try and solve for trust and to validate the content that is coming out from the responses. We are doing so by collaborating with publishers, taking their trusted, curated content into our proprietary IRAG-V process, basically ingesting, structuring, indexing, and labeling the data before we do retrieval augmented generation on that content. And then we're validating the outcomes afterwards, making sure that you can trust what is coming out. And then you can take this process and use it both for AI tutors for students so that they know that the answers are true. You can use it to create presentations and tests and lesson plans based on the curriculum. And you can also use it for optimizing internal processes. Here's just one example of how it looks like for a tutor, where everything in green can be reference checked against the core textbooks, while the thing in the yellow is from the general knowledge base of the LLM. With this approach, we've now 10x'd our AI revenue in the last 6 months. With our existing revenue from our 3D and AR services, we've also become profitable, and this is the 9th consecutive month of profitable growth. The deal size has gone down quite a lot to 4.5 months and 40,000 per client. And just in Q4 alone, we closed $500,000 in sales for the next year. So while there's still a lot of things that can go wrong, and there's still a lot of fires to be put out, we believe that we can solve trust in education and be the global leader in that area. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Eric. As Eric mentioned, his company was one of the first winners in our Constructor Start Demo Day event. And so it's a great lead up into, I'm just going to get the slide to go forward here, here we go, the first part of our main event, folks. Who is ready to start the pitch session. Good, glad to hear it. We will be hearing from our first 7 startups, and of course, they will be pitching to you, the audience, but as well as our distinguished panel of jurists here at the front. Now, we did plan on doing kind of a rapid fire question and answer thing with each of our jurists. We're going to skip that in the interest of time, but during the breaks, during the network dinner, get to know these faces. You're always welcome to also ask some of them your own questions. But we just want to make sure that you're aware of the folks who are sitting at the jury table. So from Constructor, we have, of course, Dr. Serge Bell, and we have Marie Lipsky as well. We have Johan Berger from Equivia Partners, Anatoly Knyazev from Exante, Paul Meritz from Acronis, Leif Lindback from CVC Capital Partners, Alexander Schwartz from Zista Ventures, Patrick Pulvermüller, an investor, Wolfgang Neubert from Apex Adventures, Peter Klinkert from Photon Ventures, and Andreas Gauger from Open Exchange. So these are the folks who will be assessing our startups. Again, a reminder, if anybody missed it the first time, we do also give you, the audience, the chance to vote for your favorite startup. So please, if you haven't already, scan the QR code there on the screen, join the WhatsApp group, and vote for your favorite pitch from today's 14 startups. So, with that being said, we are going to get started. A quick refresher on the format. Each of these startups will have 5 minutes to pitch their business ideas. This will, of course, be timed using our very high-tech timer. And if anybody reaches 0 on the timer, then we'll use an even higher tech solution to indicate that their time is up. Cue the sound. There we go. Thank you, Amir. Give a hand to Amir. He's manning the timer and the gong. His hands are literally full. With that being said, folks, we're going to invite our first startup up here today. Here to tell us about CubeDC is Volodymyr Tsap, and they are developing a unified private cloud platform for the AI age. Volodymyr.
Thanks, Andrea. Glad to be here. And let's start. Let's close to the deal. Oops. Let it go. Hi, my name is Volodymyr Tsap, and I'm presenting our operating system for sovereign AI cloud. We are building clouds for 20 years, and each 10 years we have new evolution and new revolution. And now we are in the middle of the new gold rush, and this gold rush is AI rush. Everybody talking about data centers, everybody talking about electricity. Elon Musk tried to put data center into the moon or on top of skies, Stargate projects like multi-billion. Everybody is building hardware and put it to the electricity. But what they need is the brains for that data centers to operate and control them. And that's why they got a lot of issues about that. The hardware market is like $500 billion, and 83% of global CIOs think how to move out their workloads from hyperscaler because of regulation, and the software gap because of that is tremendous. It's $230 billion according to Gartner. They got issues with GPU waste because they don't know how to operate modern AI workloads. That we have issues with data sovereignty, like EU AI Act blocks traditional companies to own their data within hyperscalers, and that's kind of an issue. That's why we rethink how the infrastructure of modern data center and workloads should look like, and we flatten the stack to be ready for AI era. The product we built is ready. So this is like unified control plane that allows multi-system secure orchestration for any kind of workloads, like Kubernetes workloads, like virtual machines, AI agents, anything that you can imagine could be run just on top of your hardware. Also, we think about FinOps because, like, money always needs to be counted. Our business model is pretty scalable. Right now, we are focusing on data centers. The guys who possess a lot of hardware and GPUs from NVIDIA or other vendors, they just bought our software, put on top, and sell that for end customers. The next profit engine is enterprises, telecoms, banks, and government. Why? Because they also need to be ready for AI era and hosting AI workloads. Our sales pipeline includes like 5,000 of potential users, like data centers and private organizations. We have 25 high intent leads that are waiting to be deployed. We have big pilot with one of the largest Ukrainian government body. They demand our solution, and we are like delivering that in Q1. And we have commercial launch with our two partners. One is Cloud Sigma, another is VSys, and we scale for Q1 into 20 data centers across the globe. Why we wins? Because we are not like black boxes like hyperscalers. We are not so legacy like VMware or Nutanix, because they are like good for virtual machines, but not so good for AIs. And we are quite fast. We can bootstrap new cloud in 3 days. Our team is like a bunch of professionals. Each of them has more than 15 or 20 years of experience. And we are looking for 500K for runway for 1 year. Besides that, we are looking for someone who are good in corporate sales, because as I said in the previous slide, we need to go to the large enterprises that would have own data centers, and we need to convince them to use our software because it's modern and it's created for AI era. So join us, and don't forget about your vote, about our startup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vladimir and CubeDC. Okay, we now have up to 5 minutes for questions from our jury panel. And just as a reminder, there's one microphone on each table. So I'll ask the jurists, if you do have a question for CubeDC, to please use the microphone. Do we have any questions for Vladimir today?
Hello. I have a question. What is the unique part of your solution? Because like virtual and Kubernetes and all that is kind of like billions of vendors there. So what is the unique part?
Yeah, I'll explain that. Because all legacy systems like VMware or AWS or Google Cloud, they have own APIs. And it's like tremendous numbers of APIs. We combine everything with one API that is most widespread across the globe. And all LLMs understand how to work with this API. And this is Kubernetes API. So we built networking, storage, and organization management, user management, everything around one API. And you don't need to teach someone how to use that API. Any LLM could interact with our API and manage infrastructure. That's why we are AI ready. And this is how we differentiate from other vendors that actually not that ready to use that kind of workloads.
But especially LLMs can learn any API quite quickly.
Yeah.
So if it's a lot of them, it doesn't really matter.
Yes, but let's say if you need to create new abstraction, for example, you invent new agent, and for example, you need to create own abstraction like agent and run within your corporate segment. Within AWS, you don't have this ability to extend an abstraction. But in our APIs, you can just bring that abstraction, like, let's say, agent or retrieval augmented system, and it's like be ready to be launched and scaled. And we have policy validation, everything that in place, and Kubernetes API is used across all Fortune 500 companies. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What's a product which your hosting partner would sell? Is it now an API or is it a control panel?
No, it's interface, API, and ability to resell resources. For example, if that's like data center, they got like 100 site servers. They put hardware and sell quotas like CPU hours, memory hours, GPU hours. So they set quota for the end user, and that end user is using that hardware.
So they're selling a virtualized GPU cluster, kind of? Or?
Kind of, but it's what the problem if you just install like regular Kubernetes or OpenShift, let's say, or Rancher, they don't have ability to segregate network. We invest 2 years into redesigning network and get software-defined network that level as they have in VMware, for example, or in OpenStack. So we are like provide fully multi-tenant solution for data centers, for service providers. Because you can't go just take Rancher and be sure that network is isolated. So we put that as a core technology within our product to be sure that they could be shared. Same hardware could be shared.
And so the main thing is now the control panel, the API, or the
Everything.
network layer?
Everything. Everything like a box. You just install on top of hardware and you get it on cloud.
Thank you.
Can I see the team slide again? Because I have to judge the team, so it was very short.
Sure. It's like founding team and our advisors. You know that guy?
I know this one.
Yeah. He just came with that idea to me and challenged me, saying, what would you do if you build software that would be ready for AI era? And then I come with that solution.
You're aiming on a target that's really fast moving. Much is changing quickly. So 500K, is that enough to be fast enough to really maintain your momentum and stay ahead of the others?
We see, so most of that money required for onboarding wait list. We need engineers, and we don't need to spend much on marketing, because when we reach any like new data center, like three from 5 data centers say, okay, we'd like your software to be installed. That means we don't need to invest a lot in marketing, but just for bootstrapping. So they have a demand, and that's why we don't need to invest a lot into marketing to sell that. That's why like our demand is short, but next round, I guess, would be like 15 million round and target valuation end of the year. So someone who jump fast into our train will get like much more.
Great. And on that, our time is wrapped up. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Thank you, jury, for your questions. You may have heard Vladimir mention the Ukraine. Their company is headquartered in Ukraine and Portugal. We have a very international group here from 10 different countries, come our 14 startups. And on that, we will move to our next startup. I'm going to invite Andrei Korchak onto the stage to tell us about FusionCat. Andrei. Their platform helps complex software and AI systems communicate with one another. Take it away.
Thank you. What's up, everyone? My name is Andrei. Today I'm presenting FusionCat. That's a platform to facilitate conversation between software, AI, and devices while still keeping humans in a loop. A bit of story. A while ago, I sold shares of my previous company. I was working on the plans for my next big thing, and I realized that a part of compute, there is a market pretty much with unlimited demand. That's a market of communications, because by 2030, humanity will build almost 400 million of new applications, not to mention around 75 active billion agents. And those things mostly need to talk to each other, so this will produce almost 200 trillion system-to-system connections. Now, the question is, who is making sure all that stuff actually works as is expected? Engineers and managers, you pay them 200K a year, and yet they spend almost 30% of their time not building features, not innovating, not researching, but mostly connecting things together. Well, there is AI, you can say, and you're absolutely right, but humans are still 100% accountable for systems to be safe, secure, auditable, compliant, and predictable. FusionCat brings down this 30% overhead. We're selling our product to the companies who operate complex distributed software systems. And our product is based on 3 simple concepts. FusionLang, that's a connectivity language. It defines all the data schemas, contracts, encryption protocols, and communication channels, which are required to fully define the connectivity graph between your applications and AI agents. It is alive and aligned because documentation and definition of architecture should be matched in reality, so that's important stuff. And Fusion Land can be produced directly from code, or Fusion Land can become code itself, or you can capture and observe your communication streams directly in infrastructure layer. And coming from this, we do and streamline all the plumbing which is required by distributed systems, which is absolutely necessary, mandatory, but nobody wants to do this. And that's where we're bringing down the 30% overhead. So we have products. Now the question, who are paying for this and how to get to those people. At this stage, we are selling our product to companies who operate complex distributed event-driven systems. And in order to get engineering trust in these companies, we leverage in open source and knowledge-based marketing, which is a pretty standard sales strategy for companies like ours. We monetize our product with two main revenue streams, which is a SaaS subscription fee for cloud version and on-premise installations for enterprise customers. Our total addressable market for stage 1 product has a size of at least 1 billion. But in order to become decacorn, we have to expand into adjacent markets. We currently have first pilots ready and running, and also we secured first revenue on our bank account. Our team has done this before. Myself, I'm X-Ray founder, and my previous fintech company was backed by Peter Thiel. And Nikita is my colleague. He's an expert in marketing, communications, sales, and content creation. And today we're raising 1.3 million in order to get 500K ARR in the next 18 months. And thank you. And I'll take some questions.
Thank you very much, Andre. Do we have any questions from our jury for Fusion Cat?
So I didn't get it. What does it do?
As I said, it's plumbing for distributed systems. Usually we have this type of response and feedback quite often because we pitch into generic funds or to deep tech funds. And some people, yes, they do say that they don't understand because there are some specific topics like a traceability or audit trails for communications or data contracts on encryption protocols, so stuff like this. So we basically automate all these things for companies who operate complex software.
So, and how is it always up to date?
First of all, you can define the architecture and connectivity graph of your system via Fusion Lang, and we generate the code on top of this.
Fusion Lang is your language?
That's correct.
Okay.
Or you can do audit of your existing code base via AI tools or MCP servers. So we'll keep Fusion Lang definition and up to date using this thing. Or there is a third approach. You can deploy proxy service on infrastructure layer. So we'll observe the communications between systems, who is talking to who, what are the encryption protocols, what are the payloads, so we can reflect the reality using this approach.
Seems quite useful.
You said Fusion Lang can become code. Can you explain that, please?
That's correct. So at very basic layer, you have data contracts, which is defined with different standard technologies like JSON scheme or protobuf. So obviously you can create data payloads coming from this. And obviously on top of data contracts, you can provide boilerplate code, which facilitates conversation between systems like connections, error handling, reconnects, timeouts, all this kind of stuff. So basically this code, what's happening there? So basically this code gets inserted into repositories and becoming part of your product.
Can you give me some examples of who you think your first customer would be?
We're currently having pilots with fintech companies. So because many fintech companies, they're already using event-driven architecture. So basically they're sending messages from service to service. For example, you have a card processing entity, you have a core banking system, so all the systems sending messages to each other. And basically these companies have tons, hundreds, tens of those different messages. So they all need to be documented, verified, validated. They have to be maintained. They have to be evolved over time. So that's a big thing for them.
What is your ideal customer? What does it look like, and how will you approach them?
That's a company that at this stage, that's a company that operates complex software architecture based on top of Kafka or RabbitMQ or webhooks. These are message servers, which are often used in distributed software products. So basically, our tech stack lives on top of these technologies in fintech, logistics, in e-commerce.
Do you do monitoring, or can you also do fault resolution?
It is roadmap, but we're not using this. We're not doing this right now, but it's definitely in the roadmap.
Which one, the resolution?
Pardon me, sorry, I said monitoring. So do we do monitoring? Can you repeat the question?
I was trying to understand whether you're doing mostly monitoring, or whether you're doing also, if you discover a fault, can you resolve it proactively?
So at this stage, we convert the definition architecture into the product. So we're not resolving any errors actively. We're just announcing that, yes, there is some mismatches in the data contract or encryption protocols. So we're not proactively addressing those issues, but it's something that's worth to be explored in the future, definitely.
Okay. And with that, I think we will wrap up with Andre. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next startup we're going to hear from is called MetaNeural. They're looking to revolutionize safety standards through their AI-powered simulation platform. Please welcome Claudio Basan-Pipu. Claudio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Claudio Basan-Pipu, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of MetaNeural. Please remember the pelican to be relevant later. How many of us could even imagine boarding an airplane knowing that the pilots have never been trained in a flight simulator? Aviation hasn't been developing safety because pilots somehow become smarter. It become safer because they adapted infrastructure, simulation as infrastructure at the core of their, let's say, safety procedures. Fortunately, most of the other high-risk industries haven't done so. They're still experiencing critical failures in real life with dire human, environmental, and of course, financial consequences. This is not a training gap. This is an infrastructure gap. At MetaNeural, we're building the AI-powered simulation operating system of the future that enables, finally, industry training to scale. For high-risk industry, training hasn't really kept up. It's become obsolete because even if XR is proved to be the best way to train, it's still expensive and very slow to develop. Because you have one major bottleneck. You have to transfer knowledge from subject matter experts over to developers. Some companies have tried to replace, say, coding with visual symbolic programming, but that still requires kind of a developer mentality. Finally, companies are being more and more reluctant to share their secret data, be it CAD or operational procedures, externally. This results in oversimplified, hard and expensive to scale, to build, and almost impossible to scale training. Before MetaNeural, for almost 9 years, we used to build this kind of bespoke VR training for different high-risk industries, oil and gas, aviation, automotive. And every time, we found the same pattern, repeating over and over again. Custom code with very little to no reusability, long timelines, and of course, costly development. MetaNeural replaces this with a fully fledged operating system simulation platform that is able to handle complex CAD and physics simulations. We empower the subject matter experts themselves to build the simulations that they need at the complexity that they need, simply by using natural language interfacing. They just talk to the system, and the system builds the solution. Now, how do we do that? We have our own core, we call it Hazardous XR engine system that is able to orchestrate this kind of complex simulations using a combination of AI and physics simulations. What used to take maybe weeks or months before, now becomes something that you can do in a matter of days, if not hours. Why can we build this? Well, we are a duo of deeply tech co-founders with complementary skill sets. We've been high school colleagues, we've been working together for many, many years, and we both have the skills needed to build this complexity. I've been working for mostly a decade in the space of XR simulation with more than 50 industry delivered project to date, while my co-founder Stefan has been building enterprise scalable solutions. And we have the backing of industry veterans from oil and gas, semiconductors, and manufacturing. Metaneural is already converting enterprise demand into revenue. We have 4 paying customers with about 9K monthly recurring revenue, 7 pilots in the pipeline, 2 of which are for Fortune 500 companies. And 2 of these are converting now into paid recurring revenue. Metaneural, it's also backed by a $1.2 million pipeline. And we are now moving from market validation into the next step. We have a classical SaaS model. I'm not going to go too much into details. We consume credits, and these credits are being scaling up with the usage. Simulation becomes inevitable. We are going to be hopefully this process to become a reality. We're raising now $1 million in pre-seed to be able to first convert pilots into signed contracts, create a sales function, and basically manage to scale up our training and simulation capabilities. If aviation industry was able to adopt simulation, so can other industries. So this is our dream, and this is what we're supporting. Please join us in this vision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Claudio. We'll now open it up to questions from our jury. Any questions for Claudio and Metaneural?
Please. Thank you, Claudio. The financial model, what do you intend to charge? How will you charge? And what's the margin?
So basically, we're using a classical SaaS model. We're charging a base license fee. And on top of that, as I said, we're charging basically credit consumption for both scenario authoring and the actual usage for the platform, for the training part. We have 3 tiers: start, let's say medium, we'll call it professional and enterprise level, with on-prem and on-cloud deployment. And basically, prices go from something which we want to basically make adoption for some companies that could not afford them before. So we start at about 1,500 per month, and we can go for enterprise to even, let's say, 5 figures per month. So that's pretty much the range. So it's very scalable and very flexible.
I heard all the stories about oil and gas. Now, how can you transfer this into other industries, like, for example, laboratories or other topics?
So
how easy can it be transferred?
Exactly. So first of all, we have 2 core verticals that we're exploring. One of them is oil and gas. The other one is actually the clean room with a focus on semiconductor space. But the good thing is that between these 2 verticals, and actually the way the platform is structured, there is a high repeatability. For example, 70% of the simulation interactions are common between these kind of verticals, which means that horizontal expansion is also highly possible. But we want to target first, like this kind of strategic industries, and then expand horizontally into further industries.
Who are your competitors?
So we have competitors. Most of the companies that we compete with try to make the programmers faster, right? We have a lot of competitors. I can even maybe show a slide of who we're competing with. Maybe relevant. Just a second, we're getting there. I hope. Yes. So this is the competitive landscape. We're competing with companies that are trying to either build, let's say, very specific training packages for different industries, but they cannot provide the flexibility and what we call the what-if exploration. We do. So we see here companies that are trying to either, again, make it, but they're very basic at this level, so they use very simple system. We want complexity. We want to deliver the kind of simulation that people really want. And of course, we have this unique approach where we make it very simple for the users while we take the actual heavy lifting with Metaneural.
How far does your problem solving go? So is it just a visualization of an immersive risk situation where then the trainees have to react, or do you come out already with a solution, with a envisaged reaction? So are you teaching? Is your instrument teaching the employees, or is it just confronting them with a scenario which then they have to find a way to solve?
So first we teach them, we train them, then they practice, and then they're being exposed to this, what we call what-if exploration of scenarios. So first they're being trained, explained, guided through the process, and then they're being exposed to this kind of scenario where everything can go wrong.
If this is the case, how would you solve the liability? So if you train your employees or the employees of your customers in a wrong way, so they train something, a wrong reaction. So can't you become reliable for that?
So the training part is we make sure that what we train them to do is always correct. So there cannot be any, let's say, a wrong training process. It can be only the actual users doing something wrong for not having maybe mastered that training process. But the training process itself cannot be, we don't use AI to generate or to hallucinate any kind of training process itself. It's just orchestrating the layers, but an expert, you as the expert of the company are actually validating the model. So there's no way for you to be trained on hallucinated data or wrong data, if that's the question.
So it's more a tool which your customers can deploy in order to build their own trainings for their use cases, right?
Yes, just to show. So this is the actual scenario creation process, right? You basically, first of all, enable the user to ingest data and optimize it automatically. We do all of that for you as a customer. Then we beautify it, we make it immersive automatically. Then you create your assistance by uploading documents and technical specs. Then we utilize the industry-specific interaction and simulations that we own as our IP, and then build a scenario, and then of course manage and deploy the scenario. So this is pretty much the scenario creation process. It's a full-fledged process from A to Z.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. On that note, I think we'll
Thank
wrap
you.
up there. Thank you so much, Claudio.
Thank you very much.
All right. Our next startup is an Amsterdam-based startup called AnySite that can turn any website into a programmable API. And here to tell us about AnySite is Andrew Kulikov. Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Andrew Kulikov, and I am CEO and founder of AnySite. In AnySite, we're building Internet of the future, where the data from entire web and internal corporate data speaking in one language. All successful companies make decisions based on data, but the speed of this decision increases dramatically. Companies can no longer spend a month to building data layers, integration, and reports. Today's answer need right now. This is not a nice to have anymore, it's survival. In AnySite, we built AI agent that automatically convert entire web data and internal customer systems data in one data layer and let operate it in real time. Just imagine you can chat with your company, know exactly what's happening inside and outside it. As detailed as you need. Let me show the real example. This is my weekly report. Just one prompt, and our agent go to the billing, CRM, payment system, product analytics, LinkedIn, corporate registry, customer website, collect all data, and build the report from the scratch. One prompt, full picture in a minute. Existing tools solve maximum half problem. And our general advantage that we already have access to the whole web data and give our customers in 30 times more data for them decision. We sit in the intersection of two huge markets. It's data integration and external data. Today's company use something like data bricks for internal pipelines, data pipelines, and Clearbit or Clay for lead enrichment. We replace them all. We focused on Europe and United States market. It's about 30 billions today and 60 billions in next 10 years. We want to, our target is 5% of this market. Today we grow organically with the small companies, startups, and entrepreneurs. And now we want to scale our SaaS agent to the mid-market with partnership channels and prepare our companies and our company and product to the enterprise expansion, where we go with direct sales and on-premise product. Any site is not just idea, it's a profitable business with a working product, existing customers and revenue. We crossed 100K RR and have a first proof of concept of enterprise and B2G lead. We know exactly what we do because we did it before. With my dream team from my previous company, we already have built a data product, successfully scale it to global and sell to the government agencies and companies from Fortune 500. We're raising 1 million for 18 months runway. It's our general milestone. It's launching our data agent to the partnership channel and expand to the mid-market. Prepare the company for the enterprise expansion and get 100K MRR and it's increase our revenue in 10 times. Yes, we want to convert all data in the world to AI-ready layer to let operate this to everyone without any barriers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Do any of our jury panel members have questions for Andrew and AnySite?
What is the secret sauce that enables you to do this? What is the particular problem or problems that you think you've solved in terms of both API access and to systems where there is no API?
Yeah, we have started when we're launching AnySite in one general idea that current internet was built for the human and that's not AI ready. And first of all, we built the AI agent that's convert any website to the API.
By screen scraping, or what are you doing?
No, it's not a screen scraping. We research the backend of any resources and reuse its backend APIs.
So you need access to the internals of the system?
No.
What permissions does your agent need when you install it inside an enterprise?
The regular permission what the user have. For example, if we talk about the Amazon in terms of web shop, we don't need any permission because I as a customer of the user of Amazon can go to the website and use all filters and get all information what I need. But if I want to get an order on Amazon and we provide this option, we need, of course, customer credentials.
Yeah, but if all the credentials give you is access to an HTTP endpoint, all you can see is the traffic going in and out of that. So that doesn't necessarily give you visibility into what's behind that.
Behind what? Sorry.
Well, if your client is just accessing a single HTTP endpoint and behind that are several systems, how do you get beyond the single HTTP endpoint? Maybe we can take it offline. The other question is you showed that your personal dashboard there.
Yeah.
How do you decide what not to present?
What not to present as a personal dashboard?
Yeah. How did it know to present just that information and not other information?
This is just my weekly report. That's operation information. What I use it.
Did you talk to the agent? How did you
instruct? Yeah. I explained. I have something like a skill. No, it's very similar. What Cloud Code now have. It's all agents have, and I just describe in natural language what metrics I want to see in my dashboard, and now I can just say, okay, give me the weekly report, and it's built it. But it's a description of the natural language. I can do it in one prompt, but very useful to use the skills.
Andrew, thank you. On your website, the products I see is mostly LinkedIn API, Instagram API, Twitter API. Have you pivoted to dashboards, or do you still consider this to be your product, the access to LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter,
Yeah,
Reddit via
it's
API?
everything available in our product. You can use all this data, and also we have a discovering agent. That's if something we haven't in our list, in this list, you can just prompt to the agent, okay, I need the data, specific data for these sources, and it's research the data and make API for it, add it to our MCP everywhere. API documentation, MCP, and it will be available in everywhere.
So at least Twitter and Reddit and LinkedIn probably and Instagram have recently, like a couple of years ago, maybe introduced limits on API because they don't want other people to access their data. Do you see any potential like clash with them on you getting access?
No, yeah, I understand the question. No, I didn't see because, as I said, we provide only open information. That's every user of LinkedIn or whatever see. And if the LinkedIn will hide something from this list, of course we couldn't have access it, but no one will.
So you're not using the APIs, you're doing web scraping?
No, we don't use the API, official API. Yeah, because for example, LinkedIn doesn't provide the API for everyone.
Okay, and that concludes our question and answer period. So thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our next startup, jumped ahead a few. Our next startup is an AI-powered marketing platform based in India. I'd like to invite up Amit Verma to tell us about Nix. Take it away, Amit.
Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. My name is Amit, and I'm founder of Nix. We have created a autonomous AI agent for autonomous marketing, which is driven by a voice. We have created this platform for 400 million plus startups and medium and small enterprises so that they can run their marketing effortlessly and efficiently. Before starting Nix, I was heading growth and marketing for brands like Noon, OLX, PayU, and Flutter International. While working over there for 16 years, I realized I have spent multiple $1 million. And then I realized the biggest problem statement with all the businesses, whether it's a small, big, or medium, that the biggest line item in their P&L is the marketing cost. And all of them are chasing ROI. Considering that, which can also be seen with the global martech industry, it stands at 420 billion with the main problem statement, bleeding problem statement of ROI. Considering that, we worked on that, and then we tried to solve all the problems. So majorly the problem is non-converting ads, fragmented tools, then you have inadequate resources, you need different tools to run marketing. But what if now you can do everything just through your voice? You need not to go on different tools, different platforms. You can run marketing autonomously through Nix. Just because of that, we have created an autonomous AI agent, Nix, which can run on your voice. It's conversion-centric. It runs on automatic AI agents, which saves data, which have a short-term and long-term memory. It's a unified platform which can do everything from content creation to campaign launch to campaign management and data analytics, so that you need not to go on different platforms and take any effort. We have launched Nix just 2.5 months back. I'm talking about the commercial launch, and currently we are doing 16,000 euros as a MRR. We have onboarded big brands like HRX, Rare Rabbit, iconic brands. Mostly we are focusing on D2C and B2C. And apart from that, even just a week back, we also got a chance to showcase our product on Indian reality business show, Kal Ke Crorepati, and we also got an offer of 0.5 million euros from one of the investors. Not talking about the GTM, we are targeting and aiming 200K MRR by M18 while launching this product into MENA, Europe, and US region while focusing on D2C and B2C brands only. This is our GTM plan where we are trying to take agentic ecosystem for marketing to the global space. When we talk about the proposition, currently we have two propositions. One is the agentic AI system, which is totally autonomous, work on voice, mostly for the startups and medium and small enterprises, so that they can run marketing efficiently and they don't need a bigger teams or different kind of a tools. Second, we have a co-pilot, which can run with enterprises where they get more power, better integration, and customizations. If we talk about in a marketing, there's a different kind of agents and different kind of tools which works in a silos, but this problem cannot be solved in silos. Just because of that, Nix sits in the integration of data, content, and campaign management. There is a different platforms and different agentic solutions which is working on silos, but it's not competing directly with Nix. Uh, when we talk about the team, next team is full of experts who is coming from engineering, AI, and marketing. I'm a founder. I have a 16 year of experience. After my BTech and MBA, I have worked extensively with the companies into enterprise level and taking care of their growth and marketing. Along with me, Dr. Gurunath is there. He comes with a 20 year of experience. He holds a PhD degree in AI. And apart from that, he holds 30 patents. And he is an ex-ISRO scientist who is now developing AI solutions. Then we have Vinay Gupta, who heads product, again comes with a 20 year of experience, worked with the Droom Technologies, Shop Close, and now he's heading product. Then we have Devesh and Vivek, who also come with a more than 14 year of experience. Currently, we are raising 2.5 million euros just to fuel our agentic AI and catalyze our innovation so that we can take this solution at a global level. The way Emergent is solving for apps, the way Lovable is solving for website, Nix is going to solve for marketing. World is going to be for the autonomous solutions, and Nix is going to help you over there. So join us to build a next world solution in marketing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ahmet. You keep the mic, I'll take
Yeah,
the
sure,
clicker.
my bad.
And we'll turn things over to our jury.
Hello? What's the go-to-market strategy? How do we go to market?
So currently we are focusing on enterprise level when we have launched, because to distribute the agentic AI, we need more money. Now we have an agentic solution which we want to launch in more mature market where we can get a better revenue while keeping a cost minimal, because we are operating from India. So right now we are planning to launch in MENA and then Europe and then US.
But you have your own sales force, like contacting these enterprises and have a normal sales funnel and all that.
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I didn't get it.
You don't have any multiplicators. You are doing it yourself?
No, so we have a partners. Even in Germany, we have one partner, Yashveer. I have worked with Noon in MENA region. So we have a partner, Shoreup. So we have appointed different partners, and through them, we are just trying to onboard more enterprises. But for the agentic solution, you need more of demand generation, where you have to go on Facebook, Google, and advertise yourself, and maybe on LinkedIn.
There you can use your own tool then?
Correct.
Okay.
Would your customers assess the performance of your product? Would it be a higher ROI or lower spend on marketing and then get the same results? Like how do you actually quantify the value to your customers?
Sure. So in an enterprise level, currently we have onboarded multiple enterprises just to validate which kind of accuracy we are providing to the enterprises. So there is this 85 to 87% accuracy based upon control and expose way. We have done an A/B testing. We ran some campaign. We have taken it from their performance marketing team. And then we have given them a better ROI, which is a 20% higher conversion CAC. And if you talk about the overall ROI, there was a 30% better ROI, because now we can see a data from different channels like Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, TikTok, and all the other channels.
But is this improvement against all the competitors in the field, or if they were just running internal campaigns without any tools?
So I think when you talk about other competitors, only there are 2 or 3 competitors who are operating from US market. They are developing a similar kind of a tool, but still it's not totally autonomous. There's a different tool for campaign management, then creative. They are trying to develop something which is totally autonomous, and their efficiency is not better than us, because we have taken clients from Pixis, who is a market leader, who have raised $200 million, and they are in a declining phase. So our solution is definitely better because we have taken clients from them.
Amit, thank you. Check the website. There is the ImageCraft, Video Assistant, and Campaign Manager, Copilot, right? How do you charge for them? Is it the whole package, or do customers pay per use?
So the way I was telling you that there are two solutions. One is the agentic and second is the Copilot. In Copilot, we charge totally based upon the total spends, total marketing spends. Mostly it remains in a range of 7 to 8% for the enterprises.
So is there any SKU, any product that brings significant revenue percentage for you? Is it video creation or campaign, autopilot?
It's mostly a campaign management, because for the video and for images, most of the mature brand have their own brand ambassadors. They don't want AI generated content, and there is some rule and regulation in India, because right now we are working in India market. So they don't want to use AI content. So mostly revenue, 95% revenue come from campaign management and the recommendation which we are giving through data analysis.
Okay. And on that note, I think we'll wrap up this QA session. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Amit.
everyone. Thanks for your time.
All right, folks. Just a couple more startups to go in this first round. No gongs yet, which is means our presenters are doing a great job, but it makes my heart a little sad. I'd love to hear that gong at least once today. Our next... Here we go. Sorry, we got a little bit of lag here. Our next startup out of Kazakhstan is solving the growing problem of proof of humanity. Here to talk to us about biometric vision is Samal Alibekova. Samal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samal, CEO of Biometric Vision. Nice to meet you all. So let's start. Every person in this room has faced KYC at least once in their life, in banks, fintechs, crypto platforms, and online platforms, everywhere. So can you do me a favor? So does this girl look like me? I wish so. This is how AI thinks I should look like. Apparently, AI gives me a very high standards. So today's problem is AI doesn't generate any images. It's generating a digital identities. So we are Biometric Vision, a company providing advanced know your customer solutions based on in-house AI-powered algorithms. In simple words, we differentiate you and your digital identity in less than 1 minute and cheaper than our competitors. When digital trust breaks, businesses start losing money. In previous year, businesses lost directly to digital fraud $534 billion. Then they spent hundreds of billions more just to protect themselves with manual verification. And while security increases, users leave. Yet most companies are still forced to rely on manual checks. This is not a choice. It's the compromise businesses are forced into. We believe this choice is fundamentally broken. Identity checks alone are no longer enough. In 2025, Biometric Vision processed over 3 million KYC transactions every month. Our technologies, liveness detection and the face-to-face recognitions, is ranked top 60 globally by NIST from USA among 500 solutions globally. Our document recognition system reached 98.5% in accuracy, which is significantly above the industry's average. This is our traction. Our huge clients is the Binance, Bybit, InDriver, and also we are working with the companies from different spheres like MFOs, banks, iGaming, payments, crypto, logistics, GovTech, and others. We are the leaders in Central Asia. Our next step will be expansion in Latin America, then Asia Pacific region. And by 2028 and 2029, focus shifts to Europe and the platform level scale. Our team is led by 2 co-founders, and they participated in such a great accelerator programs like Google for Startups and also, of course, Constructor Accelerator. In January 2026, we have raised $1 million for 18 months runway for expansion in Latin America. The next round will be in second quarter of 2027 for $3 million. We will raise it for expansion in Asia Pacific and of course entering the Europe market. So the identity, it's the future basement of our digital world. In the future, trust won't be assumed, it will be verified. We are building that future and inviting partners who want to build it with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Samal. I'll take the clicker and we'll now open it up to our jury panel. Any questions for Samal and biometric vision?
I just don't quite understand. What do? You recognize the face, or how does it work?
Of course, yeah. So KYC, it's basically know your customer. So it consists of the three basic technologies that I said. Yeah, it's the liveness detection, where understand if the real person standing in front of camera or not. Second one is the document recognition, and the third one is the face-to-face comparison. We're taking your live photo from the first step, taking your photo from the documents, and compare if it's the one person or not. It's basically we are giving the access to the businesses, trying to understand if it's the real person.
That I understand, but that's not something new. So what do you do different from the other people who do the same?
Of course, yeah. So basically, we have two types of our competitors. So some of them make onboarding stricter, which means that they lose their real users. Others keep it simple and absorb fraud losses. From our side, we have the technologies that recognized from everywhere, all over the world, and also the product that covers all our technology and that gives our clients not just the technology itself, but gives the product where they can manage all their like KYC transactions. We can discuss later together.
But is it just this part, or is it the entire KYC? Is it because the KYC procedures, etc., are a lot larger than just the facial recognition?
Of course, but you know, in our world there is a lot of technologies like KYT, AML, and etc. But everywhere you need first to understand to make other procedures, you need KYC. And we are, as a KYC provider, we are the entering point for everyone else. It's the from our side we have also the KYT and the AML system also, but our main project is the KYC.
Samal, and you've mentioned you won over Binance Kazakhstan, right?
Yep.
So how did you do that? They probably were using something like SamSap or Verif. How did you manage to win them
Of course,
over?
yeah. So when you're registering in the Binance, you have 7 steps to onboard actually. But when we come to the Kazakhstan, where we have really deeply understanding and deeply connection with the governmental services, we can make onboarding in 2 steps. Just getting the photo of the person, and in Kazakhstan we have the the mobile number and the INN. That's all. So that was the like unique proposal that we have to them. And every big tech client that enters the Kazakhstan market, they work with us actually.
When you work with Binance, do you typically become the sole vendor that provides the biometric authentication, or are they also working with other firms?
Such a big companies like Binance, they don't have a solo provider, like exactly. So we are work with them in the Kazakhstan. Yeah, we are as a solo provider, but we also started to work with the Binance in the other regions.
Why would they? And in Kazakhstan, are you the sole provider?
For the Binance?
Yeah.
Yep.
So why would they have a different provider for different countries?
It's actually up to the question that we ask from the Binance, I guess. But as I said before, for example, this type of our competitors like the SamSap, they can work worldwide as we are. Yeah. But in Kazakhstan, we have deep connections with the governmental services and like in other countries. So that's why, for example, instead of using 7 steps to onboard person, you can use 2 steps from us. You spend 7 minutes to onboard a person, and in my side, only 1.
What was your revenue last year?
As is in my slide, we have 140K MRR, and then here. Yep.
Okay. And on that note, I think we're coming to the end of the question period.
Thank you
you
very
so
much.
much, Samal. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our final startup for the first part of our pitch session. I'd like to invite all the way from Mexico, Ulysses de la Cruz, who's going to tell us about this AI-powered learning platform, X Factor. Ulysses, take it away.
Thank you, Adrian. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. So, corporate learning is broken in Latin America. Companies in the region are 13 times more likely to face performance issues due to talent gaps compared with East Asia. I wouldn't even call this a gap. I would call this an emergency. We're X Factor Academy, the first AI native upskilling platform in Latin America. Let me show you how about this is. Every year, companies in the region spend 23 billion, and only for that spending, 10% converts into tangible results. But what about traditional LMS? Traditional LMS only see 5 to 15% completion rates. It's a training theater. Employees pretend to train, and employees pretend to learn. So we rebuilt everything from scratch. So we transform passive content to active personalized outcomes. With AI's course generation, the companies generate courses in minutes, not weeks. With web VR scenarios, we have employees training in scenarios that they could use in the real practice. With AI Companion, every employee in the company will have an avatar voice companion for all the learning process. And with the social experiential layer we have in the platform, they will be learning on the flow work via WhatsApp and gamified leaks and nudges. This is not only an LMS system. This is a system built for business performance. What opportunities now? Finally, AI has found its business maturity. 84% of the employers in Latin America plan to upskill the workforce for the next 5 years. And we have practically zero competition targeting mid-market LATAM. Companies are currently stocked in ERP systems and basic content libraries. That gap is our opportunity. We're targeting companies from 50 to 500 employees. This is an equivalent for the LMS mid-market segment in Latin America of 19,000 companies. If we can get only a small portion of that market, we could reach 45 million in 5 years. That will be an equivalent of 5,200 companies. We have a very simple model, yet effective. 3 tiers. We have starter, growth, and scale. Companies start small, then grow in users, features, use cases, and then we have the add-ons. Add-ons are basically based in AI, VR scenarios, and customized. That will help us increase the net retention revenue. So we're currently generating demand through a series of marketing and inbound content. Also, we have outbound outreach and currently developing our partnership strategy. We're in February with the beta testing with a 20K ARR pipeline. According to the projected unit economics of year one, in 1 year we will be in 264K, and in one year, in 18 months, we will be in $1 million. With a 4.5 L2B CAC and 60-day sales cycle, with this round, we're going to convert pipeline into repeatable revenue. What's an unfair advantage? Legacy platforms are built in AI. We have it as a core logic. Course generation happens for them in weeks or months. With us, it's only days. They don't have WEC XR. We have it in full support. They are global and generalized. We are tier 1 LATAM focus. The business impact, only compliance and content, or business impact KPI linked. X Factor delivers enterprise-grade learning at mid-market prices with zero adoption friction. I'm Ulises de la Cruz. Years ago, I was only the commercial guy, but I built and shipped this platform by myself. I have scaled edtech across LATAM, and I have taken companies from $500,000 to multi-million-dollar ARR. I solo founded the #1 workspace business in Mexico's energy capital, and I lead the first online university in Mexico in the most recent expansion phase. With this round, we will hire a CTO and a head of success. We have been backed up by several accelerators across 3 different continents, and we're currently, we were named the best edtech startup by F6S. We're asking $500,000 that will give you 18. That will give us 18 to 20 months runway, and we will get to 147 customers as a milestone, and we'll have the platform scale, advanced features live, and the team will scale. We're not asking you to bet on an idea. We're asking you to back execution in a blue ocean at a perfect timing. Let's transform together how Latin America learns. Join us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ulysses. We will go to our jury panel one last time for questions.
I have
Thank you.
two questions, if I may.
Yeah.
The first one is, you said a majority of all people drop out of their courses, like 90% or so.
Yeah.
Have you analyzed why they drop out and why they won't do that with you? That's question number one. The second
Yes.
one, you want to focus on small companies. Wouldn't it actually make more sense for large ones where they have more leverage of your system once they installed it and optimized it?
Yeah, very good question. Well, I have used these systems as a student because I have 2 masters and have done different courses, Coursera and stuff. And one of the reasons is that these systems haven't learned or haven't found how to make people stay in the platform. So there's studies that through series of things like web VR, like gamification, follow up, like the WhatsApp reach in LATAM is 93%. Everyone uses LATAM, at least more than 90% people. And no one is doing anything in terms of notification nudges and follow-up via WhatsApp to increase retention. So our thesis will be that with us, it will be around 80 to 90%, excluding compliance. If we talk about compliance, of course, has to be 100%. And the other thing is that in Latin America, for instance, Mexico is a good sample. 98% of the companies are small and medium-sized companies. So focusing on enterprise will sound like something very attractive, but practically this huge mass of the mid-market, no one is going for it. Like no one, practically no one is either stay with Moodle and Google Classroom, or maybe some other cheaper options that are out there like Talent LMS and some other ones. And I'm not afford to buy SAP success factors. I cannot buy Brightspace. I cannot buy whatever there are there because I know them. And then for the AI native platforms, there's very few competitors right now. And the strongest one worldwide was acquired by Workday, is Sana Labs. But then again, no one's looking that LATAM has the deepest skills gap in the world. And no one's really taking consideration of it. And there's a blue ocean and we can tackle it. So that will be my answer.
You said that unlike your competitors, you're AI native. How does that manifest in your product? What makes the difference? And is it just that you're using a large language model or what?
That's a very good question. Yeah. Other platforms will connect to another application just to put AI on top, right? So I have my platform that I connect to chatbot agent via WhatsApp, via API or whatever. We have the AI in our code. The front end is React and Next, or backend is Node. We have long chain, and we have contextual AI. All of user interfaces have AI. Our backend has AI. Everything is blended by AI. Our core is AI. We just don't plug it with other applications. Yeah.
How would the user notice that?
Sorry?
How would that be noticed by the user? What's the capability that gives you that the others don't have?
Yeah, the level of personalization with us is way better in terms of answers. For starters, is like none of the platforms have an AI assistant that is so personalized that you can feel it's talking to yourself. None. If you go to LinkedIn Learnings, it's general. If you go to any other LMS, they don't even have it. But with us, every response you get, every time, every part of your path as a student is going to feel personalized. It's going to fit up by the information that you are inputting. Right now, we have a module in which the companies can put their information, how they want to get responded, how a couple files, and then the experience just feels way more personalized. And behind all of this, there's a huge bank of database that is feeding the system. It's not only AI without context, it's also what's the context that we're giving it. So we're working with Postgres and these databases and schemas as well. Yeah.
So again, I didn't fully understand what the differentiating factor is. Is it the way how you package and individualize the training program to your trainees, or is it a specific trick in the didactics? You know, how you transform content into a specific training program so it can be easily learned and it's attractive and challenging.
Is that the plan of technologies we have is going to increase the engagement. No one else has an AI course creator like us in Latin America, and probably in the world there's some LMS, but not the way I seen or AI creator. Invite you guys to use it. And at the end, this blend of technologies, we put it at mid-market prices with enterprise delivery technology. So I will say that's our differentiation right now.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our time. Thank you so much, Ulysses. And folks, thank you. We've made it to our first break. So we're going to try and steal a bit more time back, but we're exactly at 15:30 right now. Let's take 10 minutes for refreshments and coffee break. Please, everybody, clear a path. I need to get to the toilet as well. And we will see you back at 15:40. Thank you so much. We're going to pick things up with quantum computing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back in. We're going to get started again here at Demo Day. The next portion of our program is focused on a fascinating and key space in deep tech, that is quantum computing. We're going to have a panel discussion coming up, but first, to open this portion of the program, we have general partner from Constructor Capital, Marie Lepsky. Marie. Please welcome Marie Lepsky, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, many thanks for coming here to our Constructor Start Demo Day. These three men, Clark, Deverett, and Martinez, won the Nobel Prize in Physics last October. They discovered that quantum mechanics works at the scale of everyday electronics. They proved it in 1985. Nobody outside physics cared for 40 years. But look at this timeline. 5 Nobel Prizes tied to quantum technology, and 3 of them during last 4 years. The pace is accelerating. The world's most prestigious scientific body is telling us louder and louder, this technology is real. So why now? Because what started in a Berkeley lab is becoming a $100 billion industry. Today, I will show you one thing, the momentum. Not promises, actual signals that this market has crossed its inflection point. First of all, let's look at the knowledge exposition. On the left, scientific publications and patents filings. Both show roughly 11 times growth over 2 decades. Publications went from a few thousands per year till 28,000 roughly. Patents filings increased to 300% just between 2016 and 2021. Every paper is a potential startup. Every patent is a defensive position in a global race, and it is a race. China now holds 60% of all quantum technology patents globally. But the chart at the right shows us a more nuanced story, volume versus quality. China as a country leads in volume since 2022, but US leads quality. Europe as a region leads in a volume, and it's the second in quality, with Germany at about 6% as the largest single European contributor. And what is the number one institution in the high-impact quantum technology research? TU Delft in the Netherlands. The quantity race is real, and the quality is where breakthrough is coming from. Now about the money. The left chart shows annual venture capital flowing into quantum startups. Look at 2023, the dip. The industry calls it the quantum winter. Funding dropped 40%. But look at what happened next. $3.77 billion just in 9 months of 2025. More than a full year in quantum history. The quantum winter wasn't a death. It was a stress test, and the industry passed. The majority of funding goes to quantum computing hardware, more than 80%, but software is also fast-growing number, $600 million approximately during 2024 alone. On the right, government multi-year commitment, $55.7 billion cumulative worldwide. Look at the top 4 spenders. China claims $15 billion, but this number is disputed. Europe collectively holds $10 billion. Germany is 4 billion out of these 10 billion. The US is nearly $8 billion. And it is all up 70 billion in total capital deployed. That money builds labs, trains people, creates infrastructure. They doesn't disappear. Money alone doesn't build the industry. You need a full ecosystem, education, workforce, infrastructure, and manufacturers. So let's look at what happened in 5 years across the ecosystem. Education, 15 dedicated quantum degrees programs became 45, 3 times growth. And Germany leads the world in quantum masters programs, followed by UK and US. These 3 countries in total holds 45% of all quantum master degrees programs. Workforce, skills demand in the US labor market has almost tripled since 2018. Companies are competing for quantum talents now the same way they competed for AI 5 years ago. Infrastructure, quantum networking testbeds, the backbone for a future quantum internet, grew 6 times across Europe and US. And manufacturers, the companies actually building and selling quantum processors went from a fewer than 10 to over 24, with more than 160 QPUs running across 70 countries. Look, all directions go up. But what is the market value? Combined valuation of leading quantum companies around 2020, before SPAC era, we had $9 billion of combined valuation, and today 60 billion for the early 2026, 7 times growth. On the right, the companies behind that number. IonQ peaked at $30 billion last year. Quantinuum is valued at $10 billion and just filed the IPO that could value it for $20 billion. 4 private unicorns, including our portfolio company called Atom Quantum Computing, Quera. 3 new SPAC were announced last year, Xanadu, Inflection, and Horizon Quantum Computing. And 1 IPO of Quantinuum just was filed, as I mentioned. 2 new SPACs during last several days, IQM and CQC. Notice the SPAC timeline. So 1 in 2022, 2 in 2021, 1 in 2022, 0 in 2023, 2024. It was a quantum winter, as I mentioned, and 3 in 2025. 2 new ones, 2026, and 1 IPO just filed. The market was frozen and then came back stronger. Valuations is one thing, revenue is another. 2025 was the first $1 billion revenue for quantum computing. McKinsey confirmed 700 million in 2024, and the industry crossed 1 billion last year. That's roughly a 20 times increase from where we were in 2020, sorry. What counts as that revenue? It's a mix. It's hardware sales, actual quantum processors shipped to the customers, cloud access, quantum as a services, where companies rent time to remote QPUs, software licensing, consulting, and integration and control electronics, the classical equipment that makes quantum systems run. This is the scope of quantum computing revenue. The broader combined quantum technology market revenue, which includes sensing, quantum K distribution, post-quantum cryptography, and enabling infrastructure like lasers and cryogenics, is already at 2.7 billion in 2025. I want to be honest, most of this revenue is still exploration revenue. Companies paying to learn, to pilot, to understand the technology. True quantum advantage revenue is still ahead, but the commercial pipeline is real and growing at over 40% per year. So here's my thesis, not a forecast, in 5 facts. The science has proven 5 Nobel Prizes accelerating last year's. Capital is surging, 70 billion deployed. The talent pipeline is real. 15 programs became 45 during 5 years. QPU manufacturers tripled. Revenue crossed 1 billion in 2025, the first $1 billion revenue year. And valuations show conviction. 9 billion became 60 billion for the last 5 years. Every metric points in one direction. and it is up. Now, I don't want to leave you without addressing the hard question. When does quantum actually become useful? And how does it compare to what we already have? Today we have about 1,000 physical qubit systems. We need roughly 1 million for fault-tolerant computing. That's approximately 1,000 times scale up, expected around 2013 to 2035. And applications, chemistry, material science, cryptography, optimization, and quantum machine learning is emerging as a serious option. The common thread, big compute on a small data, not databases, not traditional machine learning problems where the computational space is exponentially large. Current total revenue from real applications, yes, here. Current total revenue from real applications, not computers, is less than 50 million USD. And yes, there are alternatives improving fast. Classical GPUs keep scaling. Optical computing, neuromorphic chips, and probabilistic computing, which is the topic of the next speaker, Nobel Prize winner and our new president of Constructor University, Dr. Konstantin Novoselov. So here is the investment view. We see companies today valued up to $30 billion, and 100 billion plus market is credible. But a trillion or 10 trillion, that's unclear. Fault-tolerant quantum computing is far away, and the competition from alternative technologies as probabilistic computing is real. The question is, who builds infrastructure, funds the companies, and trains workforce to get there? That's the opportunity in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Marie. And as Marie already teased, our next speaker is a special case. We're going to invite up a Nobel Prize winning professor and, as Marie alluded to, the next president of Constructor University, Dr. Kostya Novoselov. Thank you.
So there is a next president who is the current president. I'm curious. Is the okay. Just in case. Okay. I've been asked to give a quick introduction into the probabilistic story, which we are working quite actively in my institute in NUS. But I want to take it a little bit broader. That in fact that even though we work on the probabilistic, we still rely on quantum quite heavily. And that's so if you think that quantum only appeared 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 actually already, it's not true. So there were quantum is our world is quantum, you want it or not. So we've been working with various quantum technologies for decades, even centuries, like magnets or superconductors, more than 100 years, lasers 70 years, and so on. So now, but now we're actually accelerating and we're switching the quantum to into technology, compute, telecom. We have quantum sensors as well. And I would like to argue that there are actually more in the quantum, and you can extract much more than those few technologies only. So let me just briefly tell you how what is my understanding of the various types of compute and why that we should combine and maybe select carefully for each of the problem which type of compute we use. So for classical computing, we have individual transistors, individual bits, and they basically act. They act individually. So, and then we just trying to make sense out of this. Quantum computing, the huge benefit is that you entangle many qubits, and then you can you let them to evolve, and they basically give you an answer either through quantum annealing or through the quantum gates, almost instantaneous. The problem which we are facing right now is that large quantum systems are very difficult to control. It will be done sooner or later. It doesn't look, at this moment at least, it doesn't look that there are some unsurmountable problems, but it might take some time. Just to give you an example, is it's nuclear fusion. So the first hydrogen bomb is what, 49? Right? Yeah, it's so American 49, and Soviet, so British 53, but basically good 80 years ago. With the controllable nuclear fusion, we're getting there gradually, but it takes time. So control over such complex phenomena might take a while, and that's why we're searching for interim solutions which can use similar phenomena but are ready to work already now. For example, for the probabilistic computing, what you do, you take the same quantum systems, but then in order to gain better control, you don't entangle it internally, you entangle it externally by through the controllable processes, and then you allow it to evolve, and basically solving the Boltzmann annealing Monte Carlo problems. There are quite a number of different technologies which are available for the quantum for the probabilistic compute now. They basically differ by the source of randomness, by the source of entropy. The most popular ones are magnetic tunnel junctions, photonic systems. In our group, we work on on a different systems on quantum nanowires, but basically as long as you get quantum noise in the system, it should work. Why quantum? Why not classical? In principle, you can build a probabilistic computing with the classical noise as well, but the advantage which we require these days for our technology, we need to make fast computing, but unfortunately, we have to think about the energy consumption these days as well. As I mentioned this morning, so we already, our compute systems already consume good 5% of our total energy production. With AI, is going to be 10, even higher in the next 5 years. So it's a serious challenge. So we need ways how to save on energy. If you use just regular noise, thermal noise, you would have to amplify things by the external amplifiers. Then you are facing the usual problems of the 60 dB per decade, 60 milliwatt per decade, which is an issue. With the quantum systems. You don't need to do this amplification. The quantum world does it for you. So, and then basically what you do, you use it as Boltzmann annealers, which work very similarly in a similar manner as the quantum annealers. Just in the quantum annealers, all your qubits are entangled in your system already. But that's the challenge, because it's very hard to scale up. In the probabilistic compute, you have oscillating, you have fluctuating p-bits, which state depends on the state of all the other qubits around it. So it can sense the complete space of the complete space of the possible states and trajectories of your system. Just this entanglement is done externally, and that's why the scalability is much easier. So the kind of problems which you solve is, again, as Maria already mentioned, is basically the optimization problem. So it's either image generation, it's portfolio optimization, it's logistics, but basically anywhere you need to sense a very complex parameter space with probably with a lot of local minima, metastable states. You can use these kind of technologies, probabilistic compute. Unfortunately, if it is extremely complex space, you would have to use more and more of those qubits, but that's not a big problem because we can scale up quite rapidly. So there are some. So the questions is whether we can produce enough of those qubits. The answer is yes. So we can already make 100,000 or more of those. Very difficult to compute the real energy consumption because the algorithms are so different. But if you believe that the random number generation is one of the most important operation in the CPUs, you can compute how many usual transistors and how many flops do you need for the simulation of one qubit, and that's usually thousands to tens of thousands. And then people can project what the speed and the power consumption, and basically that's again very difficult because to compare oranges and apples because of different algorithms. But on this graph, you want to be in the southeast corner over there because you want to reduce your power consumption and increase the sampling throughput. And already now the projections show you that the probabilistic bits should be able to get quite significantly down from the current performance of, for example, NVIDIA chips. But anyway, just to conclude, for many years, our sustainable computing growth has been guaranteed by the two laws, by the Moore's law and the Denon's law. The Moore's law gives you the guarantee that the number of transistors doubles every 1.5 years, and the Denon's law tells you that even though it doubles, the power consumption won't increase because your transistors become smaller and smaller and smaller. Unfortunately, we are facing the ends of the Denon's scaling, so we are hitting this power wall. People are thinking about the replacement, what is coming after silicon, and we're working quite intensively on this as well, on the new materials after silicon. But we really have to think about other possible architectures, not only about the alternative materials. And in reality, I think the quantum computes, probabilistic compute, and neuromorphic compute are still the contenders for the next generation architecture. The only question is in which sequence and how soon is going to happen. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Novoselov. And you can take a seat here. We're going to invite a handful of folks up on the stage to for a panel discussion. Yeah, I think just take a seat wherever you'd like. So we've got Dr. Serge Bell. We also have Dr. Nicolo Somashi, who I understand has to run for a plane very shortly. So we might want to ask him the first question. We're also going to be joined online by Dr. Tommaso Calarco, the director with the Institute of Quantum Control, as well as Dr. Pierluigi Freni. And hosting and moderating the discussion is once again Dr. Matthias Winter. So
thank you.
Take
you
it
so
away,
many
gentlemen.
doctors. Well, fantastic. This is an amazing panel that we have here. What we thought we would do, because we have only about 20 minutes, we want to talk first a bit about momentum, because Marie presented quite extensively the kind of momentum that we see. And then second, about winners, where the winners will be. And Nicolo needs to run, so I will start with you. You're the CEO of Candela, a photonic computing company that looks very promising. We're seriously considering to invest. So my question to you, what kind of momentum do you see that you didn't have like 12 to 18 months ago in the trenches, in the deep work that you're doing in Candela?
Yeah, customer traction. Now, really, we see that when we discuss with customer, we co-develop use cases with them. They come with clear needs. They come with clear expectation. 2 years ago, they were coming saying, they told me quantum computing is going to change my industry. So in 6 months, I want to move this ROI up here. We say, yeah, I'm going to tell you how it's going to go. It will not happen. And there, 2 years ago, they were kind of disappointed. Now the same customer come and say, thank you for telling me this. Now I exactly know that I have to work with you because you show me how to get there on the roadmap. So knowledge and the momentum comes with demonstration of the fields, but also with customer that understand that it will take time to get there. Even though the market gets super excited at the moment, we know it's a race, it's a marathon at very high speed. And therefore, on Quandela, what we focus on are the applications that we know are going to disrupt society and industry. And we build machine to go there. And while we build machine to go there, we also manage to engage with customer and explore quantum machine learning application, work with the community, and create the customer base that will be there when the bigger machines will be there.
Amazing, amazing. So customer is a good point. Customer bring revenue. Pierluigi, you're investing in quantum. What changed for you as an investor? You know, we saw all the numbers, impressive valuations. What has changed? How do you make deals?
Yes. So, the numbers show very important growth in investments in quantum. I believe it's not yet, at the level of momentum that we can aim for, and I believe that will come in coming years. Because, for example, the 4 billion investments last year in quantum should be compared to the 250 billion in AI. So I think there is a lot of room. And I believe that we are in a second wave of investing in quantum after the first hardware companies, especially for early stage. After the hardware companies, now I think the focus is shifting more towards those technologies that support and will be needed to scale quantum computing. So error correction, orchestration, networking. So I think that's kind of the focus for our investment has shifted more towards those kind of technology.
New technologies. That's a good word. Yeah, Nicolo, you have to fly to Korea. Thank you so much for being here the whole day with us, and all the best, and have a good flight. And thank you.
I want to say one of the technologies which is, possible with quantum is quantum teleportation. So reality is that, Quandela CEO is a quantum state, and if you can teleport his quantum state to Korea, which can happen with the speed of light, it will just be it will be fast, much better than him living. And, he's gonna spend next probably 20 hours in commute.
I can probably add on this that it was really impressive what Marie demonstrated, that indeed quite a lot of investment went into quantum technologies and quantum infrastructure. And in my area, so we work on quantum materials, on topological materials, we see it as a huge benefit because our equipment becomes so much dramatically better now, and well, not cheaper, but it's still pure quality, if you can say this. It is becoming cheaper, and it leads to new discoveries in other areas already. It's like why go into space? So we don't know what are we learning, but in fact the technologies it brings is really fantastic.
The cost per kilogram to space, etc. But the question, I mean, one question to you, Serge. You were in 2013. You did your first quantum investment with ID Quantic. I mean, you observed this for 10, 12, 13 years, if I count correctly. What have you seen in terms of changes? What is so different? Why is it so exciting now?
Yeah, that's a complicated question. I mean, one thing about investment, I'm Singaporean, and in Singapore, there is kind of two interesting companies. One of them is most valuable company of Singapore right now is DBS Bank. It's like 120 or 140 billion dollar market cap, a Singapore originated company. As Constructor, we certainly want to be significantly higher than that number, but that will take several years. But the second company which produced maximum cash flow is Marina Bay Sands. And that company has 5 billion revenue and makes like almost 3 billion free cash flow. What does it do? It does gambling. And people go and gamble, and Marina Bay Sands makes money. And so one thing which is clear with quantum computing, it is definitely something which people willing to gamble on with increasing value. And 12 years ago, it was somewhat a very special way. Now it's becoming very common. And as we know, with a lot of other asset classes, when something is becoming very common for a while, the interest will continue. So that's one thing. The second thing is obviously that the quantum computers, they work, just they are small. And so until they reach very large size, it is not known how useful they would be. It is not like it is impossible that they will be useful. They could be useful, but it is not known how useful they could be until they become large. And at this point, we don't know science which will prohibit them from becoming large. So they should become, 1 million qubits, 1 trillion qubits, and 1 million logical qubits. And at that point, they should be quite useful. So that's the second thing which changed.
Got it. So then I have to ask the academic. So we have Tommaso on the video. He's in Jülich. So Tommaso, you're running European flagship fund for quantum. When do we have 1 trillion qubits in Europe?
Oh, well, that is going to take quite a long time. So certainly not before 10, 15 years. But the momentum is there, to come back to your previous question, in the sense that what we have seen, one word which Serge has mentioned is very important. He spoke about logical qubits. So this is something we didn't have like a couple of years ago, 1.5 years ago, as you said, and now we see that error correction logical qubits are coming, which means, exactly as he said, that the science, not only the science is there, but also the technology starts enabling that. How long it will take? It depends in Europe a lot also on another dimension of momentum, which is not only the public investment, but also private investment. The ability for our companies also to scale up. This is a big challenge. And this is the one on which we are working most intensively at the moment.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, also, do you see that the competition between different platforms, is it helpful? Does it benefit each other, or it's actually detrimental?
So maybe a question for Serge. Tommaso, yeah, both. Tommaso, start first, please.
Okay, yes, okay. So I would say I will give a quantum answer, yes and no, in the sense that it is useful up to a certain point, but not too much. So we are at the stage in which we need to start converging. So we have now 6 platforms or modalities for quantum computing, different ways in which you can make those. And we already see some differentiation. So there are some which are most promising, especially, as mentioned before, those which are demonstrating or have demonstrated error correction and logical qubits. I think it would be unwise to sort of just narrow down to one as of now, because if we would have done it a couple of years ago, probably neutral atoms, which now are the leading platform, essentially, and you know that Constructor Capital is also invested in that platform, as was mentioned. And so those were not yet so advanced, and so many one would have left them aside. So it's important to have a few sort of being, in the run, but now we really have to start also converging and narrowing. So maybe not all of 6 at the same level, but we should focus on a couple of them, 2 or 3 of them, which are the most promising. This is, again, what is happening where we are moving towards in the current phase of European strategy.
It's an interesting question for Serge. What is your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think I want to make 2 comments. So one comment is that I am looking at quantum computing companies from 2009. In 2010, I visited D-Wave in Vancouver. And, at that time, there was discussion, which is still ongoing, if it's a quantum computing company or probabilistic computing company redressed as quantum to gain access to capital. It's, it's public listed with $10 billion market cap or something. I'm not sure why there is $10 billion market cap, because it has after about 20 years in business, it has $8 million in revenue. So how do you get from 8 million to 10 billion? It puzzles me, but it is there. And so what happens is that up until some point in every science heavy engineering market, you get method-driven companies. And the companies which choose one method, let's say cold atoms, cold ions, photonic computers, or whatever other superconducting computers, spin qubits, and then they focus on this method, and then they try to go into that, apply this method here, there, everywhere. And reality is that these companies are primarily founded by scientists, and the scientists primarily pursue scientific goals, which is in scientific world, negative result is a good result. You might as well end up figuring out that this particular architecture doesn't scale. That's a good result you can publish. And also making something which is interesting in science is a good result. Like you found some scientific limit to particular architecture. That's also a good result. And in the world of engineering, and I was educated as a scientist, but all my life I'm an engineer. And in engineering, we focus on mission-driven companies, the companies which try to find solution to certain problem, whatever method. So whatever architecture, whether it's a probabilistic or neuromorphic or quantum or GPU or CPU, whether it's photonic or spin, this hasn't happened. There was only one company which has kind of started doing this in a very, very mild way. That's IonQ. And it hasn't yet committed to any architecture publicly besides cold ions. And so that is a sign of immaturity of the market. The market is not mature. People are not really trying to solve any problems, and they don't even see immediate problems at site which they can solve. So they keep trying to apply the method. And so that's one thing. Whether it is useful or not, to the fact that you have multiple architectures, the question is how to define useful. I mean, is it useful for science? Yes, it's very useful. People are exploring different ways to play with matter. Is it useful from the standpoint of investment interest? It is complicated to say. People want to play different gambles. And if there is more gambles available, you have more gamblers. And so they put more money, and the money is spent for the good of the humanity. So it's kind of useful. Is it useful to build working quantum computer? I'm not so sure. Probably by the time we're going to get to a situation when the useful quantum computer will start to appear, it will be an integrated device which will use whatever architecture will have multiple levels and will also apply neuromorphic, probabilistic, and quantum at the same time to solve some specific problems. Because right now, this hasn't sounded negatively in Maria's speech. One huge elephant in the room is like, okay, we can build a quantum computer, but what do we do with it? Like, okay, in the near term, we build a quantum computer which is not 100% sure that it's going to be very useful. We don't know what it's going to be useful for. That's an elephant in the room. It's an interesting device. So you press a button here, it gives you an outcome. This outcome can only be done with this device. But what to do with this outcome, that's not yet entirely clear. There is a lot of hypotheses. As soon as they know what's the outcome, then they will start trying to be mission-driven.
Okay, so we're still early stage. This is why even we as Constructor look at 3 different platforms and want to invest in 3 platforms. Tommaso, you have to leave in a few minutes, so want to move on. The second topic is winners. I want to quickly talk about winners. And you represent Europe.
That's, by the way, it's an AI thing. So in the future, everybody will have to live in several seconds because the world will accelerate. So like, okay, Tommaso, you're here for 5 seconds. Yes, I'm here. I'm left. That's it.
Tommaso, how does Europe become a winner? You have 3 minutes now, not 3 seconds, or 2 minutes.
Yes. So Europe becomes a winner by certainly not forgetting research, because the research is the basis. It's a lot of science. The basis for these developments is still science, but really the crucial, and we have no lack of that. But what we have lack of is really, private capital, private investment, and really the pull from that market, which means on one end momentum, as we said before. On the other hand, it also means resources, it means possibilities, it means ultimately cash, which sustains development. Because this kind of science, especially the engineering part of it, like making those humongous numbers of qubits, is something which, is a enormous challenge. And, here, what is crucial, so Europe to become a winner needs to have that fuel. That fuel is what we are missing now. And therefore, I am very happy, really, on behalf of our scientific and industrial community, to be in a place in which an investor partner is saying what we heard before from Marie. Because these are data, and we need more and more of investment firms which have that kind of approach, because that is what now is needed to move forward, which is very far from, pursuing, as Kostya was asking before, pursuing all different modalities, but for focusing and scaling up. Scale up is the key for becoming a winner, and this only happens with private investment. We will never be able to sustain that kind of volume. We have US investors coming and shopping in our companies, in our ecosystem. So if we wanted to stay there, we have a window of a couple of years in which we must be active. We must really be, investing substantially there. And I'm very glad that there are companies such as Constructor Capital, which are leading the pack in this sense. We need more of that. We need to scale it.
Thank you. Now I have a joint question on winners to Kostya and Serge. Kostya is the new president of the Constructor University. Serge is the chairman. How does our university...
I'm not the chairman.
Chairwoman is Osno. I'm sorry. So how you can also come to the front. How does Constructor University, you're starting Constructor Lab, how do we win here in Bremen? How do we become a winner in this space?
Well, I agree with Tommaso, of course, that capital and the sufficient flow of capital is important. But another resource which we need to get somehow in Europe is the talents, and it's and talents on many different levels, on science, on entrepreneurial, technical talent becoming more and more expensive and actually scarce as the competition grows. We've been lucky that quite a few technical startups which are doing service for quantum technologies are growing in Europe, but we need to maintain this momentum, and it's a pyramid. So it has to be, in order to create one successful quantum company, you need combined efforts of so many different engineers, from quantum scientists to RF engineers to cryogenic experts, mechanical engineers, and it has to be grown locally. We cannot rely on external markets to educate those people. So we need to keep growing those talents, and the hope is that the Constructor is going to be playing an important part in it.
Okay, so this sounds, Serge,
in general, to become a winner, you just need to play a game where nobody else can be a winner, and then you're a winner. And so there is this thing which I keep quoting in my speeches, is how to win against Bobby Fischer. Don't play chess with him. And so one thing for Europe is, I'm not sure there is a way to apply the Chinese strategy or American strategy. Europe is a different place. We are in Europe. We are in I'm Singaporean, but this place is in Europe, and I'm very connected to Europe. And so Europe have to find its place where it can be a winner. There are technologies in which it is an optionality. So let's say certain things you can be buying from other countries, but in terms of computing, not particularly quantum computing, but just in general, new generation computing, neuromorphic, photonic, probabilistic, quantum, and whatever else you can play, there is no choice. You have to be a player. It is the most important technology of humanity. And so Europe have to find its place. And it's not necessarily doing so badly. Number one company which makes equipment for making all these chips is in Europe, ASML. And so it is only $600 billion market cap, but switch it off and computing switches off, right? So you're not going to be able to make new chips or better chips if they stop making better reactors. And so Europe needs to find its place. We hope to participate in that.
Sounds exciting. We should build the ASML in quantum in Europe. Pierluigi, last question, and then we have to wrap up. How do you become winner as an investor? Maybe some advice for us.
No pressure. It's not easy because we are moving at a level of uncertainty that is beyond what we see in other sectors. Because the tech is getting there, but there is no clear path ahead of us. So I think that is important to avoid any FOMO, as we have seen with AI in the past couple of years, and to stay kind of true to your investment thesis with avoiding opinionated beliefs, so that you are flexible and adapt to what actually is happening on the market. Because I think the level of change that we are seeing is such that you mustn't embrace a single modality or a single part of the stack, and be open to change idea.
Got it. Fantastic. Unfortunately, I have to wrap it up. Otherwise, we run too late. Thank you all for joining, and thanks to the panel.
Okay. Check. Thank you to Maria Lepsky, Dr. Serge Bell, Dr. Nicolo Somashi, Dr. Tommaso Calarco online, Dr. Kostya Novozelov, Dr. Pierluigi Freni, and Dr. Matthias Winter for that fascinating session on quantum computing. Now, folks, we are rapidly approaching the time to pick up part 2 of our pitch session. We are going to take a moment to clear the chairs off of the stage. So, we're all friends here. We're all human. I know it's getting late in the day. I see some heavy eyes. We want to be energized for this second pitch session. Please, I would invite you, if you'd like, you can stand up, stretch those legs, shake those legs, and get ourselves energized before we bring up our next round of pitchers. But don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. But please, there we go. There's a model example. Yes. Get the blood flow going through those limbs. And of course, it's a timely discussion on quantum computing because a number of our next startups in this session will be operating in that space. It might be me clearing the chairs off of the the stage. Suppose can't have one person doing it. All right, many hands make light work. All right. There we go. This is how I get energized. So folks, we have 7 startups left who are ready to pitch their businesses. As I mentioned, a number of them are operating in the quantum computer space. I will also give you a quick reminder, if you've joined the WhatsApp group, you're going to want to stay tuned to that. Once our second batch have finished pitching, you will have a chance to cast your vote for the audience favorite. And it's really important that I spell out for you that you will only have one chance to vote, okay? One user, one vote. Your voice will count alongside our jury, who is also taking in this second round of startup pitches. So, to get things started, operating in the quantum computing space, it's a startup called Kendra. They're based in Switzerland, and they are developing holistic controls for quantum computing. Here to talk to you about Kendra, I'd like to invite Dr. Martin Stadler to the stage. Dr. Stadler.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And it's such an honor to speak after such an amazing panel. I hope you're all hyped for quantum computing. So let me now talk about the future of quantum computing, how we make tomorrow's quantum computers possible today. I'm Martin Stadler, the CEO of Kendra, and we provide control systems for quantum computers. So we heard the future is going to be quantum, with classical computing hardware approaching physical hard limits, and also classical computing hardware not being able to understand the physics behind amazing systems such as high-temperature superconductors, or also being able to efficiently search for personalized drugs. We need something that is capable of executing a quantum algorithm. And for this, well, you need your algorithm and you need the quantum processing unit. But there's also a step in between. You need to translate your application, your algorithm, into the physical signals that go into the quantum computer and process the signals that are coming out of it. And that is exactly what Kendra provides. Now, a quantum computer requires a precise control system that orchestrates all the different devices that need to work together. In the case of trapped ions and neutral atoms, those are cameras, lasers. You need to pulse the individual beam lines. You need to keep your vacuum chamber under control. You can compare this to an orchestra where many different musicians need to play together. All of them are coordinated by the conductor, who is the mastermind. Now, you would not believe what I have seen in labs, what janky solutions they came up with to create their own solutions, because there's just no good commercial thing on the market. So let me introduce the virtuoso conductor for your quantum computer that Kendra provides. It generates the radio frequency signals that are required to pulse laser beams. It interfaces with single photon detectors and cameras. It generates the electric fields needed to trap ions or to control magnetic field coils. It is compact. It is reliable, integrating laser intensity stabilization. It is precise, and it is also fast, ready for the timescales required for quantum error correction. And with this MVP, we're going into a young but high profit market with high gross margin hardware sales and also software subscriptions for our high-level control software. We're going for neutral atom and trapped ion quantum computing. Why these two platforms, you might ask? Well, we've already heard a bit that neutral atoms have recently outperformed all other platforms in terms of scaling, and trapped ions have always been the leaders when it comes to the high fidelity operations on their qubits. So far, we have created a prototype that is in use in 3 different research groups and also 1 spin-off. We are working hard on converting these early collaborators into paying customers, hopefully within the next months. We also continue to scale up our solution, linking multiple boxes together such that we can approach larger players with big experimental setups in Europe, but also in Japan, where we already have a signed letter of interest with Hamamatsu. Help us find a distributor there. Of course, we will not stop there. Also provide a higher density solution, leveraging experiences we've already made with this in the past, such that we can approach the large corporates such as Continuum and IonQ. Now we need to move on. Eventually, to reach millions of qubits, we need to provide application-specific integrated circuits that are capable of supporting this. Right now, we are in the build, trust, and validate stage, and in 2027, we're going to switch up the speed towards scaling. The competition currently is not going all in. Some players are focusing on other platforms, not providing all the features that are needed for trapped ions and neutral atoms, while others neglect usability, such that there is space for Kendra to provide a product that truly satisfies the customer's needs. There's an innovating team behind this, not just poor former PhD student like me. There's also Ferdinand, who has already incorporated the spin-off more than 15 years ago and successfully exited it. And also Chitsui, an experienced engineer who really helps us to move things forward. We plan to reach 2 million euros of revenue by the end of 2027 and are complementing this also with a patent-heavy strategy to ensure our freedom to operate in the long run, aiming for 5 patent submissions by the end of this year. Now, to be mindful of your time, let me wrap up. We have so far raised €500,000. With the additional help of Constructor Capital, we can hire the additional talent that we need to scale our solution faster, to bring it to more research groups and spin-offs out there such that they can stop worrying about the control system and start building the future of quantum computing now.
Coming in right at the gong. Thank you, Martin Stadler. And thank you, Amir. That was a beautiful gong hit. We're going to go now to our jury panel to see if we have any questions here.
Yeah, so we accidentally are investors in Cruise, as you know, and Cruise is a software platform for optimal control or quantum optimal control. And as such, we are reasonably familiar. So how are you better or worse than Zurich and quantum machines? Than Zurich Instruments and quantum machines?
That's a very good question. So of course, we know what quantum machines and Zurich Instruments are doing. And you also know that Zurich Instruments and quantum machines, they came from the superconducting qubit market. So their machines are really geared towards the time scales of superconducting qubit gates. And they're also not featuring or covering essential features for trapped ions and neutral atoms, for example, camera integration. Zurich Instruments does not offer such a system. And also the system from quantum machines is not yet available to the general customers.
Okay. Well, okay. Who else is a competition beside these two?
There's Arctic on the one hand. I don't know if you heard about this. This is an open source framework which has serious usability issues. That's where we can do much better. And another competitor would be, well, you could think about Q-blocks, for example, but they are also not providing all the features that are required to cover the needs of trapped ions and neutral atoms. One thing I would also like to highlight is the voltage control. This is one part where quantum machines does not have a solution, and Zurich Instruments not.
What is the revenue of quantum do they sell?
In neutral atoms and trapped ions?
Whatever they sell as a quantum optimal control. In altogether different field, because they sell quantum optimal control for scientific experiments, for different types of quantum computers, and also for other experiments. So what is their total revenue?
I cannot give you an exact amount. I believe there was, they were talking about like 15 million in Q4 in 2025.
You mean quantum machines? Or?
Quantum machines, yes, okay. I think so. And I believe Zurich Instruments is similar.
Okay.
The impression I got when you described the company is that your controller is critical for the functioning of a qubit system, but somewhat tech agnostic. But if they are they all operating with a system similar to yours, and therefore if you're selling you need to displace another controller, or are you adding something on top of it? Because your analogy was an orchestra. The orchestra doesn't really work without a conductor?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Very good question. I mentioned that of course, there are solutions because there are working research groups, there are spin-offs out there, and they have either developed their own solution or they are just somehow putting together ad hoc multiple different systems. As an example, I talked to a potential customer in Innsbruck working with neutral atoms. He's using 3 different radio frequency generation systems to keep all their lasers under control because there's no unified solution that can do this. Our solution would provide that, and to quote him, he said, "This would be super geil to have this," if you speak German.
So I want to continue that. I mean, the solution that you have is basically there in individual boxes at the moment, wired, and people in the lab are used to that kind of mess, but gives also some degree of freedom. So if it comes out together in your one-box solution, what is really the advantage beyond convenience, and where is your specific IP? You mentioned patents are to be filed. What is that the IP that you have that also keeps others out?
Also good question. So just to give you a bit of context, I'm coming from a research group that has developed their own control system starting in 2012. And we have failed multiple times with different iterations. We've made so many stupid mistakes. And all of this is now the crucial IP that is in the system. There are many different parameters that you can tune. There are so many different ways how you can, for example, instantiate the integrated waveform synthesis that you have on the platform. And we have really worked hard to find the optimal solution for this particular application. That's why we can do it efficiently, and we can also do it fast and conveniently. I think in the end, convenience is really key to also progress fast as a spin-off, right? If you are able to write your pulse sequence within a week instead of 4 months, that of course makes a huge difference.
Okay, and with that, we reach the end of our time for questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Stadler. Our next startup is an Amsterdam-based quantum computing startup called Magicware, and here to tell us about their AI-assisted pathways to low-cost quantum computing is Arash Ahmadi. Take it away.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. First, we are Delft-based, not Amsterdam-based, but yeah. So I'm here to introduce Magicware. Magicware is an AI-assisted pathway to low-cost commercial quantum computation. So the necessary fuel for quantum computers is a specific type of resource states known as magic states. And we pretty well know that quantum computers without magic states perform the same as classical computers. So it's non-negotiable to have magic states in the future quantum computers. So how do we realize these high-quality magic states? Is that we take a lot of low-quality ones and take it to the magic state factory, and we get a few high-quality or high-fidelity magic states. This process is somehow similar to turning crude oil to a fuel. So basically, magic state factory has the job of refinery. So the core value proposition is that the applications of quantum computers are still years away due to high resource qubit that we need to reserve for magic state factories, and we are aiming to bring it down. Yes, our product is basically a refinery that all the laborers and managers are practically AI agents, which would translate to earlier ROIs for the quantum hardware companies. Our business model, our main product is basically a piece of the quantum computing software stack. And our side product is a SaaS product for quantum companies that are aiming to design their magic state factories. So in the software stack of the quantum computer, we are based between the quantum algorithm and quantum error correction layer. If we look at big corporates like Google and IBM, they cover everything from bottom to up, but almost the rest of the companies that do not have big teams in like Google and IBM, they need to go to a third-party provider, especially nowadays that we have a severe talent shortage in this space. And So our product is basically a some sort of a hierarchical model that on the bottom there are labor AI agents and being managed by manager agent. And our patent application is in progress. We expect to file it in the coming month. And that our final target is to lower the overhead for a magic state distillation in fault-tolerant quantum computers. So in a bottom-up approach, we expect to reach 100 million ARR by 2035. It's pretty straightforward. So like 20 companies, each selling 5 devices per year, it seems to be reachable. As a reference, IBM just deployed more than 70 quantum devices, NISQ devices in 2024, where these NISQ devices do not particularly offer a commercial value at the moment. So in our development roadmap, we have designed the first AI agents that was a scientist-level intelligence, reduced the one of the magic state factories designed by 30% of gate count. We are about to introduce the first multi-agent AI magic state factory that can reduce potentially qubit counts somewhere between 20 to 50%. We have a letter of intent from the biggest European hardware provider, IQM, and we expect to have the first paying customer by 2028. So we are raising 1 million as pre-seed round for the next 18 months. We have engaged with the first VCs, and we have overall around 400K raised. We are a team of scientists. I did my PhD in the intersection of AI and theoretical properties of these magic states at TU Delft, alongside with Shakib, that is a former software engineer and AI engineer in our team. And we have 2 more senior scientists joining soon. And overall, they have more than 30 years of experience. And we are also in final discussions with our advisors from University of Amsterdam. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Arash. And we will now turn to our panel to see if we have any questions from the jury.
Your diagram implied that there's a neat layers of abstraction in quantum computing, and you can insert yourself in the middle of the stack. Other people have told me that things don't layer that neatly today, that in fact, to implement these higher level algorithms, you have to have a lot of knowledge of the particular characteristics of the hardware underneath it. So how confident are you that you can really provide your magic to a variety of different hardware architectures?
In fact, the main reason that we are using AI is that it makes the flexibility far easier to adapt to different architectures of quantum computers. And yeah, so we are expecting to be the hardware agnostic. Specifically, if we look error correction and below, everything is depend on the hardware structure, but we expect to be hardware agnostic after error correction, where we parse it and the algorithms themselves.
It seems to me that your magic state distillation efficiency, so to say, the quality of your process, is even more important in an otherwise low-performing stack. But as we develop further, your bottleneck becomes less and less of a bottleneck for the overall stack, so to say. And over time, others will also come in to improve the distillation process. So how strong is really your position over time to have something that really contributes to the total performance of a system?
So if you mean that the other newer methods can be introduced over time?
I mean, as the quality of the system depends on the physics that's underneath. Then you have the algorithm, but probably it's more depending on the system, the physics underneath your layer. If that works very well, then the bottleneck that you currently have in the distillation becomes less important. So insofar, I think your value contribution will shrink over time. And secondly, over time, others may just come in and do the same as you do, because this is not hard physics, but it's software basically.
Yes, it is software. So as the quality of physics, the physical system increases, it makes our job even easier, but it doesn't necessarily make the other people's job much easier. So if we look at the algorithm layer, there are different type of algorithms coming out. Like the Shor algorithm, we pretty well know how to deal with that, but the rest of the algorithms are not that much known. And like breaking down to the magic state factories, that's not going to make it that straightforward in future. That's my understanding.
Okay, but I have different question. Paul was trying to ask it. Every particular architecture doesn't work well for the next 10 years, right? So not any single one works well. We don't know any one which will work perfectly. Wouldn't the team who built the architecture, let's say Quera team, be able to build magic state distillation layer better than you for their particular architecture? And if so, why would somebody use your stuff versus their stuff?
So when we were doing the novelty check for the patents, what we understood is that in the similar era that people have filed patents, most of the patents were coming from big companies like Google and IBM. So if you have a DeepMind, as big as DeepMind team in your quantum company, yeah, you probably can take care of it another way.
Sorry, I don't understand. How do you connect to patents? I was just talking about whether software works better or not. Where is the patents?
So the patents are telling us where the similar technology can be developed. So that's what I'm understanding, is that it's not that much straightforward. Like it's not very easy to reproduce. Only big teams can reproduce this.
Well, what do you mean? It's software. How many people do you need to reproduce an algorithm? Usually it's one or two. Why do you need a lot of people? What they're gonna do?
So if we look at again, papers that are coming out on using AI and reinforcement learning and this type of topics, although there are one or two people, but they are really experts in that field, and they are already working in like DeepMind or somewhere.
Okay, and with that, we come to the end of our question period. Thank you, Arash. And I apologize, I'm mixing up my Dutch quantum computing startups. They are indeed Delft-based, and I believe our next startup is Amsterdam-based. They are a startup called Quantum Logic, and they're developing cryogenic equipment and multiplexing technology for quantum computing. Here to tell us all about it is Dr. Artem Nikitin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be at this stage. And once again, we're from Delft. So everything what happens in the Netherlands in quantum is coming from TU Delft. So, and it was already mentioned by Maria. Quantum Logic is a hardware startup, and we're enabling scalability of qubit count. And let me try to explain what that means. So if you look at today's quantum computing machines, and primarily I'm pointing out here superconducting and spin qubits, but bear with me. So what you see is a spaghetti of radio frequency cabling coming from room temperature generators and arriving at the qubits. So each qubit is controlled separately today. Moreover, in some architectures, you need to control by 2 or 3 lines to operate the qubit. So one is to drive it, another to tune it, and this is unsustainable. So you can build systems like this with a number of 500 qubits, maybe 1,000, but not in millions. And now here the caveat, it does not only apply for actual qubits, but also in some sort for single photon detection for photonics, and in some way for traps. So how to scale from 1,000 to 1,000,000? The answer is multiplexing. So multiplexing is a mechanism how to decode multiple radio frequencies into the one medium and then decode it next to your qubits and extract each individual frequency. So the complexity of that solution comes out of the frequencies you have to extract. And we, as a quantum logic, have expertise and knowledge on how to do that. So we're going to utilize superconducting circuits on silicon and make almost passive devices, which works at cryogenic temperatures, to extract frequencies needed to drive your devices at these temperatures. Of course, that will impact the way signals are generated. So again, today they generated one by one. It's very inefficient and super expensive. So this will change. How? So we believe that approach is the following. We need to focus on boards rather than spaghettis. So think of NVIDIA, which create the boards and then use them in the racks for HPC centers. So we see the similar demand, but instead of racks, we will have dilution refrigerators. And the boards will be multi-temperature, multi-stack, using different metals for different temperatures. And we're going to do a cascaded demultiplexing, arriving at the qubits. So we believe that the demand for these products will reach by the end of decade. And that's have enough time to prepare and to build a serious product to occupy the market. So today, market for cryogenic and room temperature electronics is roughly 40,000 euros per qubit. And for us, that's the market we're targeting. And we believe that we can achieve a revenue of 200 million euros within 10 years. And what you see here, this is the top of the iceberg of the customers, but there are 200 more names beneath the surface. And I personally went to many of these labs by myself. We will run a fabless company, which means there will be significant costs in outsourcing manufacturing. We will utilize existing foundries from semiconducting foundries to outsource manufacturing. And we believe that with a team of less than 20 people, we can build a serious product. Today, we have achieved 300,000 euros in investment. We're backed by a leading Dutch venture capital firm and angels. And we're happy to discuss pre-seed round of 700,000 euros, in which we'll have already 2 VCs interested. And we're targeting a seed round next year of 4 million euros. The team today contains of 2 people. I have a background in physics, and I spent 6 years in quantum computing startup. Matvey Finkel, he's an expert in superconducting film deposition, and we have 2 more people coming to help us with room temperature electronics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nikitin. Sounds like I have a trip to Delft in my future, but in the meantime, we'll turn it over to our jury panel to see if we have any questions for Quantum Logic.
Artyom, thank you. 2 questions. So the product does not exist yet, if I understand correctly.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Have you spoken to any potential customers? What's the feedback? Can you share, please?
Yeah, so the company is public. I went public 24 days ago. So I spoke with already 3 customers, potential customers. 1 from Munich, 1 from Paris, and 1 from India. We're in the process of defining specifications. It will be a process to get there because we need to find out which kind of frequency is required. But it will be a process to. Yeah. So I know personally a lot of customers because I used to be a salesperson. So I don't think there will be an issue there.
So their feedback is positive.
There is a huge interest in redistributing signals at cryogenic temperatures. That's for sure.
And the product will be plug and play, or will you have to create something unique for each customer?
No, I hope we don't need to create something unique. The idea is we create products per architecture. So let's say for superconducting qubits, there will be 1 product line. For spin qubits, another product line. For single photon detection of photonics, a 3rd product line. And there might be similarities in these products. Let's say the components in the product will be similar, but the end result will be different.
How many customers do you think, or how many entities do you think will end up building successful quantum computers based on semiconductor approaches? I mean, you gave us the big names there, and you said that 200 others, wannabes in this space, but realistically, how many customers do you think you'll end up having? What will be the size of your market realistically 3, 4, 5 years from now?
Well, from my previous experience, I can say that 10 customers is enough to run this business with yearly revenue like 10, 20 million euros. For a small team of 20 people is quite realistic to achieve. And one product, if we'll do, let's say, multiplexing 1 to 100, it can easily cost from €250,000 to €500,000 per device in today's prices.
I totally see the problem that you have identified. I'm not sure I see the solution as of yet. I mean, how much of a solution do you have already?
We're building proof of technology demonstrator as we speak. We have a first samples coming out of clean room with superconducting films, which we have to measure this half a year, let's say. Just to mention, just to measure this device, I need €500,000 because one generator costs 100,000 and fridge 300,000. So we have great ideas. We know how to design it. We're going to patent it. And yeah, you see the route is quite long. So we believe that first product will be announced in 2 years from today. Yeah.
I think just a general comment to everybody. It's it's always good to always think who is your competition, including in-house, because what you do is, at least initially, it's not very difficult to replicate by a scientific team in a sort of in access to a good technical team and clean room and so on. And so that could be in-house, and then there is probably a competition. I mean, John Martinez is not trying to build anything like this.
To the best of my knowledge, no, but he will be ideal customer.
Okay, and then aside of that is also not clear again what is total addressable market, which is what Paul alluded to. How many of those we can see being sold per year, right? And so what's the business model? Because yeah, you can sell some. Frankly speaking, when I came to Silicon Valley first time, the Silicon Valley wasn't about silicon so much, right? So I remember I was trying to buy a house in Saratoga, and they were telling us this is where the Silicon Valley started, but nobody was doing silicon. They were building software. And during the silicon, there's lots of weird companies. I just looked up. There is a company called Marvel. Anybody knows Marvel, right? It's a $70 billion market cap, about 8 billion revenue run rate, growing 700 million times. I mean, I guess about 2.5 billion free cash flow, and so 35% free cash flow. And the company builds controllers for storage. So in the semiconductor world, which is probably $1 trillion right now, there's lots of companies building different types of controllers and wirings and packaging. What's the total addressable market for this? I mean, you say 4 billion, but how do you count it? We're not quite sure.
I can explain it on paper.
Paul is sort of, did you work for IBM in the past? Because I remember president of IBM at some point had a statement that the world doesn't need more than 5 computers. So Paul believes that the world doesn't need more than 5 quantum computers, right, Paul?
You can accuse me of a lot of things, Serge, but not working for IBM.
Okay, and with that, we're out of time. But I want to thank you, Artyom, for your presentation. And next, we're going to bring up a Berlin-based startup, Quasi, who are developing quantum AI solutions to computational fluid dynamics. Did I get that right, Aditya Sachaditya? Okay, take it away.
Thank you. So yeah, we have Quasi. We have an early stage program from Berlin Quantum Pioneer. So what we are doing is combining the best of both worlds, quantum and AI, specifically physics-based models for simulations. In the simulations, what we are addressing is fluid dynamic simulations because it's core of many industries, particularly industries such as cryogenics, or these are cryogenic vessels, the companies like this, they are building these cryogenic vessels, which are intended to store gases in liquid form at very high pressure and very low temperatures, especially like hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. And what they do is they have to, because these are high precise ones, so they have to perform extremely large amount of simulations, like fluid dynamics and other multi-physics ones. And they actually make to ensure that they don't have any breaks or any stuff. So these simulations are extremely computationally intensive, and also they take long timelines. So that also means their production costs are also longer and timelines are also longer. So to address this, we are actually trying to accelerate the simulations by combining both quantum and physics-based models, because AI models have already been showing some very good promise in accelerating these fluid dynamic simulations, especially physics-based models like physics-informed neural networks, neural operators, and operator transformers. These are actually state-of-the-art AI architectures, and they are actually embedding these physics principles into it and trying to run these simulations. And then you combine them with the quantum, which is a hybrid approach. You can actually try to bring in the exponential speed-ups, which is needed for these simulations. To show that these models work well, the first proof of concept we are looking at is crystal growth, especially of semiconducting materials like silicon. This is very crucial and very important and very well studied academically as well as industrial use case. So the idea goal is to actually accelerate these simulations so that we could build real-time digital twins so that we can optimize on the quality, we can control the quality, energy, and production costs as well. For doing this, we need also like strategic partnerships, especially with NVIDIA on the physics-based models. They have a huge collection of AI models in the form of physics NeMo, as well as a lot of things which we can develop, which can be included in their system. IBM for the quantum time and the quantum credits. TU Delft for the academic collaborations. Yes, we are also having some Delft connection. And Colibri is a company which already has been working in this fluid dynamics and hybrid ones, and ONS with specifically for cryogenics use case. The market opportunity, CFD is growing, especially with the physical AI and physics AI. It's also projected to grow very well and very steadily. So how do we earn money as a business model? It's mainly domain specific, a simulation as a service. But because we are also training these AI models, we would also be generating a lot of synthetic data, especially for in the silicon crystal growth. And this is high fidelity data, which can also be sold as a byproduct. We can also make revenue out of it. Competitive advantage, CFD has been there for decades, and there are a lot of big players, industry chains. So we have a unique advantage, or we position ourselves by using both the physics-based models, the hybrid approach from the quantum, and also the domains, such as very niche domains like cryogenics and semiconducting material growth. Our roadmaps are right now, we are doing a lot of funding programs as well as running these benchmarks. We clearly have to show the benchmarks, how the classical numerical models run, the machine learning based models run, and the quantum hybrid ones run. And later in the next year, we want to attempt the more complex one, which is this liquid hydrogen boil-off, which is the most important use case for storing. And later, we want to clearly show the quantum hybrid HPC accelerations. And we intend to be like a software simulation company as a larger goal. We are an effective team of 4 people, especially Adriano is a quantum physicist with a background in quantum reservoir computing and training these models. And Aswin is a machine learning deployments. And incidentally, he did his bachelor's at this particular university. And my background is actually also in simulations, but more in electronic structure theory and density functional theory. And Thomas knows about funding and schemes in Europe and startups especially in Germany. We are actually looking to raise 400K, especially to consolidate our team and also secure some compute resources and also strategic partnerships. And we're also actively talking to the other industrial domains and pursuing collaborations as well. Thank you.
Okay, coming right in at the line. Thank you very much, Aditya. Any questions for Quasi from our panel?
Yeah, I have one. So we heard the whole time that there is no good use for quantum computers, but you are telling us that you're already using quantum computers in these simulations.
Yes.
So there is good news?
Yes.
Huh?
What hardware are you? What hardware are you using?
It's a use, but not good news. Use.
It's kind of like, imagine you have a crystal ball, you press a button, and it gives you sometimes a good solution.
Okay. Okay. Good.
I have
So
a
does it
question.
work?
Sometimes.
Okay.
I have a question. Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what assumptions are you making on the necessary hardware to realize that roadmap of yours on the quantum side in particular?
Sorry, on what?
For that roadmap to come true,
Yes.
what capability do you expect from quantum hardware?
So we are actually right now, we are working on what the current assumptions are. Like we are using, we are training these hybrid approaches on 10 qubits, 20 qubits. We want to first show the speedups like 100 times, 200 times. Of course, the goal is to show exponential speedups like 10,000 times. I don't think we are targeting that yet. If the hardware gets much better, much faster, and also the whole infrastructure has to fall in place, like how the quantum is integrated with HPC, that has to be. And luckily, there's been a lot of work also done from NVIDIA's, the NVIDIA NVQ link. There's also a lot of focus on how you can make sure that the data latency between the HPC and the quantum is reduced. So there's been a lot of work done already. So we are actually entering a very good space where we can ensure that the hardware is good enough.
But just out of curiosity, how many fault-tolerant qubits do you think you're going to need for something to become really interesting?
For the liquid hydrogen boil-off case, we don't know. But for the fluid dynamics, like crystal growth, we are actually operating under the things until 30, 40, and 50. This will only show a speed ups of 100 times or 200 times. But to realize it larger, we don't have a number. But it would be definitely in some hundreds.
I have a different question. So you build in software and algorithms. Why is it going to take 3 years to get to a software? Why is it so long? Is it so much software to write, or?
More than the software, it's the AI models which we need to train, especially for these particular use cases.
But they're trained over 3 years. I mean, why is it so long?
Because the use case of liquid hydrogen boil-off is not a normal one. It's a very complex one, and especially at 0 Kelvin and the gravity conditions. Because these people, they want to send these vessels also as a space fuel tanks. So it has to be treated with low gravity, no gravity, and earth gravity, and also under ones.
And who is your competition, if there is any?
Oh, there are many very good companies, both in AI space and also in the quantum space. But we're trying to position ourselves uniquely with the domains like cryogenics and silicon crystal growth or semiconducting materials.
I mean, we've heard there is a group in Hamburg.
Yeah, they are.
Doing CFD with quantum computers.
Yeah.
Are they using similar methods?
So there is, it's a different approach. What they do is they take the CFD and they want to put it on the quantum computers, the whole thing. What we are trying to do is we want to do the hybrid approach. We are not trying to solve the complete equations using the on the quantum computer. So they translate the CFD problem into a quantum problem and try to solve it. We are only looking for acceleration and exponential speedups.
Okay.
Where is the innovation? Is it in the physics, in the math, in the applied physics? Where?
Yes. Yeah, it has to be in the physics-based models, and it needs to be particularly fitted to the domains. And also, that's the reason why it has to be across all the ones. And also how you implement them to ensure that you also build these digital twins, for example, how the data latency is, and so on.
And how do you test for performance or accuracy?
We are talking with industries directly. So for example, they have a lot of data, simulation data. So we are working, but right now we are not doing quantum with the cryogenics use case. We are only using machine learning ones, but later on we want to, because that use case is a very much complex one.
And who would your customers be?
Like the ONS, for example, would be ideally a customer if we can show that our solvers are better. And like once we benchmark, they would be happy to. And there are a lot of other industries which are looking for.
And you mentioned that 100x speed up or 10,000x speed up. Will the customers care? How much will it bring them a new revenue or cost savings? Is there a difference even? Like 100x sounds quite extreme already.
They do, especially if they can bring their timelines, production timelines, because of the things they want to ramp up the productions. And second, they also look at how the accuracies are, explainability, and the third would be how well it can be like established. Because these are very complex industries which have long timelines, so they want to set in motion, and they don't want to change every year.
So any idea on how much they'd be willing to pay for that?
Okay, we might have to take this one offline. Sorry, gentlemen, because we're at time here.
Thank you.
But I want to thank you for your time there, Aditya, and your presentation. And next, we're going to hear from Cell Kinetica, a Swiss-based startup that is tackling the problem of infertility by improving IVF fertility rates. Here to tell you all about it, please welcome Konstantin Popadin. Konstantin.
Hello, everybody. I'm Konstantin. I'm geneticist with academic roots in Lomonosov, Harvard, and top Swiss university. For the years, I was investigating the human genome, asking why we age, why we get sick, and how we develop from the single cell. And recently, my team got very amazing results, and such results shouldn't stay just in academy, they have to go to clinic. So that's why today I'm here presenting Cell Kinetica and powered by Constructor Accelerator. So let's go. I'm not alone. This is Elizabeth, welcome. She's 40 years old and she went through 4 failed IVF transfers. So every day she can see fantastic scientific breakthroughs, but in parallel, she's unable to satisfy her personal basic needs, just get a baby. And there are millions like Elizabeth. Infertility crisis is very global and growing. So if we're 100 here in auditorium, 17 would be affected. IVF is a common solution, but it's far from optimal. Top clinics provide just 40% success rate. So it means that numerous embryo transfers are needed to get pregnant. So 40% lottery is emotionally very devastating. So because it burns money, time, and hopes. So 40% lottery to materialize dream. So come on, we discuss here, we build quantum computers, we build AI, we do even some magic here. So I'm sure we can do better than 40%. So exactly because of this, we decided to help women get pregnant faster. And we already have solution, so algorithm, which is based on already existing technique, which is called PGTA, pre-implantation genetic test for aneuploidy. This technique splits all embryos into 2 categories, not recommended for transfer and recommended. Cell Kinetica goes much deeper. So we analyze embryo genomes and rank them by developmental potential, helping embryologists to make right decision. So does it work? Yes, it works perfectly. With our pilot, with real world newborns, we demonstrated that every second woman with previous IVF failure would benefit with this technique, so would get pregnant. So our pilot was so good that we decided to make a product. And now it's ready. So accepting 2 inputs, PGTA data and biopsy time, our data analysis platform outputs rank of embryos. So with this product, we're able to go to market as catalyst, because our product will boost information value of PGTA and will increase information value of IVF. So together it will make like a positive feedback loop between 3 main players, Cell Kinetica, PGTA, and IVF. And I name Cell Kinetica main player because we are going to be main player. So in our case, we increase precision with minimal implementation complexity. So majority of companies with whom we're discussing, they perfectly understand our advantage and they agree to collaborate with us. And companies, IVF clinics, they are very important because they're our customers. So we provide them our data analysis platform. And irrespectively of little details with the model, It can be conservative or more optimistic. We have very sustainable financial model, and this sustainability helps us to think globally. So our plan is to make Cellkinetica default companion to PGTA always and everywhere. And currently, second stage is done, proof of concept is done. So now we go to scaling, which means legal steps, IP, regulatory, and first clients. And about regulatory, there are good news that we don't need to spend years and millions for prospective clinical trials. Cellkinetica can be approved just with extensive retrospective data, which we are accumulating now. So good plans, global expansion, we can reach it with good team. And I'm very proud to work with so professional and so dedicated people. Evgeny, my CTO, and Evgeny also is here. He develops products. Valeria extends algorithm. Jimena recruits IVF clinics, and Anthony works with finances. And I'm CEO, so I responsible for execution of strategy. So,
okay, yep, we'll wrap it up here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say your last sentence. I'm sure you'll.
So our ask to move it from project to reality. Join us. And for questions, I would happy to invite Evgeny to help me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Konstantin. And we'll hand it over to our jury now.
Yeah, I just again have the standard question: who's your competition? I mean, there must be a lot of people trying to improve IVF, and there is lots of different genetic tests. And just to make a disclaimer, our daughter is we went through IVF, and so we are quite familiar with the procedure, and so there is lots of different people doing this. So IVF is not new; it's about what 40 years old.
Yeah, IVF is old, and so we base with PGTA. So we inherit all information from genetic test, which for now is used just for binary classification, recommended, not recommended. And we do our genomic analysis and recommended, we rank into numeric order, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So from already existing information.
But anybody else is doing this or not?
So for now, it's our trade secret algorithm. There is just one competitor who tries to work with similar data, and they already like maybe 10 years on the market, and now they disappear because it just doesn't work in their case. So biomarker is not good. So in our case, our pilot and the validation demonstrate very nice results. And also that we work.
But what is a, so I mean, like it's a you have an embryo. Embryo is number of cells. You have you can do some DNA test of the both mother and father. So you can maybe do DNA test of embryo, can you, right? Or some kind of biomarkers. What is that you do with it, which is so novice?
Yeah, so normally in IVF on day number 5 or 6, there is biopsy several cells from embryo, and it's called PGTA, pre-implantation genetic test for aneuploidy. This is for dozens of years in different countries. And main goal of this test to split embryos to not recommended, like aneuploidy with some big problems with chromosomes, and euploid, recommended. So we take the same data which already exists, so it's established workflow, and analyze them, so our software, our algorithm, and using genome information, more detail, simply speaking, we count genetically a number of good cells in embryo, very simply speaking. And the more cells, the better. So this biomarker we extract from already existing data and provide it back to embryologist.
So I don't fully understand now the consequence of analysis. So your prescription to the medical doctor is then a sequence of implants or implantations, and according to a ranking, what do you say? Or
yeah, so simply speaking, it's a ranking, and so embryologist will see our ranking. So in clinic, when they have 3, 4, 5 similar embryons, it's a big deal to think which one to transfer. And so embryologists will lose some time and will think about how they look like. That's normal strategy to see morphology. Is it good or not? So it's very subjective, very difficult. Now we substitute this subjective randomness by data-driven numerical solution. Yeah.
And this is, and retrospective, you can prove that this would have been the better choice.
That's what we did already. So retrospectively, if we know each embryo, we know genome, and we know phenotype, so it was transferred, it led to pregnancy or not, so we can simulate if we transfer first, second, third, fourth, and so how well we can work. So that's what we did. And now when we have more clinics, we will increase our retrospective.
And would the effect of the better result be above a certain threshold where customers say, well, this really makes sense? Is it really the step huge enough?
Significance. Yes. So in our cases, average, like top clinics, 40%. Some of them 20, some of them 30, so it depends. Success rate, so probability of pregnancy. In our case, we're close to 60, but many clinics whom we contact, they say if we increase just by 5%, they would be happy to work with us because 5% means a lot.
Okay.
So you cannot change analysis from not suitable to suitable, but from suitables, you can pick the best ones, right?
Simply speaking, yes.
Very simply speaking, yeah. Thank you. And who's the customer? Is this the clinic or the parents?
Clinic and genetic laboratories and fertility centers. So like one umbrella with several.
Wouldn't clinic be interested to have more attempts? Every time you do an attempt, you pay.
So clinics, first, they compete with high success rate. That's first. So it's good to have high success rate. Second, we propose to test more embryos genetically and to transfer one. So it's slightly different financial model. So clinics will get money with more genetic tests and patient will win with a higher success rate.
Okay, and with that, we come to the end of our time for questions. Thank you so much, Cell Kinetica. I'll take the microphone back, please. Okay, folks, we just have a couple more startups to go. And first, a joint operation between Germany and the Netherlands, maybe Delft, maybe not. Who's to even say anymore? I'd like to welcome Michael Langavoy, who's going to tell us about Tetractus. Michael.
Yes. So, hello everyone. My name is Mikhail Langavoy, and our company, Tetractus, is doing artificial intelligence that improves production in biomanufacturing. So, biomanufacturing looks like this. It's an extremely complex process, and it has very high stakes and high risks. And we all are paying for these risks because the price is included in the cost of our medicine and our food. So, yes, biomanufacturers, they often lose product or do inefficient things. And these losses can be really high. So they can lose millions of euro per year per every of the reactors. The pharma industry loses over 50 billion every year. And it leads to a massive problem to medicine shortages worldwide. And it's a critical problem in the European Union as well. So Tetractus offers a solution to this problem. We offer AI that helps to run customers' factory better, that is de-risking production and doing automated optimization of manufacturing. And this solution is based on our own world models graph AI that was developed specifically to manage biomanufacturing. So the benefits are, because it was done specifically for biomanufacturing, that it first of all works on the existing factory. It doesn't require regulatory approvals and doesn't require from the customers upfront investments of millions of euro into the software, data preparation and so on. And it starts working on day one. So our unique advantage is that we are a spin-off of 2 top European universities. And this technology was 19 years in the development, but now we are ready to rock and roll and do the business. And we had first several projects with smaller manufacturers. And as an example, with one of the European manufacturers, we were able to double their production in 1 month. And since all production of organic compounds is moving towards biomanufacturing, the market overall is enormous, but we are aiming to the biopharma market at first, and aim to reach 200 million by 2030. By talking with a number of clients, we have a business model for this figured out, and we know how to scale this. So we want to move to the scaling phase. Now, market entry was validated with smaller companies and with research labs. And when we saw that our components, they can really use it, so we went to enterprise clients. And during the time at Constructor, so we signed the first massive enterprise client, and 3 more are in the pipeline. And after doing first projects with them, we will move to the scaling phase. So we have a plan for this. And we are, of course, there is a competition, because there were many questions. If the competition, it is, but we are the only company on the biomanufacturing and life sciences market overall that offers AI that was made specifically for biomanufacturing. And we all offer full protection of trade secrets of companies, and offer AI components to eliminate risks, so which was not seen before on this market. So our team is over 15 people, with some star software developers and biologists, manufacturing experts. And well, I myself was an inventor of the core AI modules of this company, and I have experience in leading similar types of scale of projects, including the Bell Labs. We have all the advisors in business and in all fields of science that we need, 4 members of National Academies of Sciences. We are generating revenue from enterprise customers, raised about €500,000, and we are a member of several national and European programs. Well, and now also of the Constructor Start program. And we are looking for 1.1 million for 18 months to really start scaling the business and revenue, and looking for clients in the Bremen ecosystem. So let us use AI to end medicine shortages and to save billions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, we'll now go to our jury panel and see if there are any questions from the jury for Detractus.
Let me look a little bit under the hood. So how are you optimizing these procedures and these processes? So AI graph. So what is it?
Yes. So the manufacturing on these types of processes is done via biological systems or microbiological systems. And standard AI components, they would consider these systems, for example, as images or videos or language models, types of things. And we use much better models that we developed for biologists. So we know that the systems are live, they interact with each other, and there is a number of networks that's going on in the biosystem. So like genetic networks, metabolic networks, and so on. And we use this substantially.
And how agnostic is this in comparison to the different processes? So the biomechanical processes are very, very diverse. So is this an all-round model, or do you have to segment to specific biochemical reactors and then develop specific models for them?
Yes, you're right. They are very diverse, these systems. So we use basic fundamental principles that were explained to us by biologists. And so some of the things that we do are transferable directly between biosystems, and some are different. So for example, one of the clients uses E. coli bacteria, and another one is using yeast. And you have to change one component in the model, because yeast has not only asexual, but also sexual reproduction, which bacteria doesn't have. So, but we can change this. So it's not, the change is needed, but it's not crushing anything.
And where do you want to start? So what is your first use case? What reactor you are first tackling?
Yeah, so the first ones we worked with companies that produced recombinant proteins and some of the pharma components, and they did this with bacteria. But now the enterprise client, they want yeast. They will be producing some new drugs with the help of yeast. So that would be our new dimension. But in principle, we are open to anything that the client wants to use. So for this money, we can do anything.
I'm just a little bit surprised about the width of your claims. I mean, there are companies that do nothing else but trying to simulate gas transport and mixing in these kind of reactors. And you say you do all that, plus you do E. coli, CHO cells, fungi, and so on, with little training. How should that be possible?
So two
you
things.
capture all these complexities.
Yeah. So two things. One is we are not doing everything that these companies do. So we have found a way to find optimal strategy to manage the biosystem without fully modeling how everything rotates in the tank. So it's a separate technology, and we do not require the data for the start from the customer itself, because we have 6 years of data from a number of manufacturers in Europe already, and lots of data from universities. So we trained on those things, and now we can predict what would be the better strategy. So we predict and optimize the interventions. So not modeling how the system looks inside.
How do you get paid for this? How do you set your price?
Yeah, so there are standard prices that we found out by just going to companies and working with them. And it's very different in the big companies from the small ones. So the enterprise, they want things to be customized for them. So they pay, but substantial amount, about $500,000 for few months of work, really doing the product that fits exactly their particular factory. And then, for the usage of product, if they see that it's useful, they can pay. So for them, the horizon that they can wait for big companies for up to 2 years to find out if the product pays off or not. So, but we hope to be much faster with positive results.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our question period. Thank you so much, Mikhail.
Thanks.
And thank you, jury panels. Folks, as they say, last but not least, we have one more startup to hear from. I'm going to welcome a pair of brothers to the stage. I'll get you to hand, actually, that mic to one of the brothers here to tell us about Atlantis AI, the privacy-minded personal AI assistant. Please welcome Ivan and Dan Pavlov. Take it away,
Thank you
fellas.
very much. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. We're the last one standing between you and refreshments, so thank you for staying.
Right. Today, we have more apps and AI tools than ever, yet somehow you're more overwhelmed than ever. Ask yourself, how many hours did you spend today to low-value distractions while your most important work sat undone?
On average, white-collar professionals lose 3 hours a day to digital overload and broken focus. That's an invisible tax that most of us in this room pay on a daily basis.
And you don't need more apps. You need someone who knows your priorities, sees everything on your list, all the information you work with, and still protects your time so you can focus on what actually matters. Executives have personal assistants, and you deserve one too.
Today's AI is powerful yet fundamentally disconnected from our daily lives. Think about the relationship that you have with AI right now. You go to it, you prompt it, you wait. That's not an assistant, that's a search engine with better grammar.
Sorry. And this is hardest for people running at full speed. They know they're missing opportunities and connections they should have made. And we built Atlantis to solve this. It's a privacy-first assistant that runs completely on your device. It learns from your habits and helps you act smarter every day.
And let me walk you through how this actually works. Your desktop is the brain. It processes your data locally and powers the mobile companion. The mobile app is your window into all of that. Briefings, action items, real-time insights tailored to your life. It taps into your desktop's processing power, but fits in your pocket. and your data always stays end-to-end encrypted. Think WhatsApp or Signal messages that never leave your devices.
But delivering this level of insight demands full access to your data, because an assistant that only knows 30% of your digital life can only deliver 30% of its full potential. With Atlantis, there is nothing to share. All the information is happening, processing on your device, so the data stays exactly where it belongs, with you. People have watched their data get compromised again and again. We believe they are hungry for AI, but deeply cautious of who is offering it.
And why now? Because the constraints have disappeared. Local AI models are finally powerful enough to deliver real value. The door has only just opened, and we are already building, while others are still debating it.
We are going after 5 billion slice of the combination of the privacy conscious and productivity AI markets. Within 3 years, we are targeting 44 million in annual revenue.
We've got 5 structural advantages. We can touch data competitors can't. We're always on and proactive instead of waiting to be asked. We bridge desktop and mobile, near zero regulatory burden baked into the architecture. And for unit economics, we've got zero inference costs, while cloud AI startups burn half their revenue on compute.
We started with consumers, freemium to paid. This helps us understand the real usage patterns and get ready for shaping the foundation for the business applications that actually fits the market. Then we go enterprise, think legal firms, healthcare, government agencies, anyone who can send their customer-sensitive data to the cloud. Finally, and on long term, we open plugin marketplace. Developers build upon our platform, and we take our cut.
Where we are, the platform is live, customer ready, and in production. Next steps, iterative releases and migration to the remaining platforms by mid-2026, then advanced workflows and enterprise by 2027.
And let's take a look at the landscape. The giants, maximum integration, minimum privacy, and their entire business model built upon keeping it that way. The local first tools are private, yes, but they are either desktop only, insecure, or purely reactive. The in-betweens, yeah, they make trade-offs without solving the full problem.
And here's where we sit. Maximum privacy, maximum integration. That corner of the market, we're the first ones here.
And here's who you're betting on. I spent my career shipping subscription platforms with over 1 million effective users.
And I build systems spanning millions of users and billions of devices. I build things that don't break at scale. And here's what it comes down to. We can analyze data nobody else can touch and deliver insights no cloud service will ever match. The platform is live, and you can start using it now.
We are fundraising 350,000 euros. This capital helps us scale onboarding, accelerate integrations, and turn a working platform in a category-defining product. We want partners who believe in building AI that people can genuinely trust. If that's you,
let's talk.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ivan and Dan. So we'll turn over to our jury here.
I have a question. So you guys
Thank you.
compete with Apple?
Not, of course not. So
Why
that's-
not? I mean, they
that's a
have
very
mobile
expected-
and desktop and...
No, that's a very expected question. So first of all, so we are going multi-platform, and we are going for building up the customized and personalized workflows that Apple might be too busy to work with. Plus, we'll have multiple integrations with services that do not belong to Apple, like think of again, different mail providers, activity trackers, part of the Apple Watch, and so on. So we are building all the whole architecture around making it again multi-platform, multi-integrations, and which we believe Apple will take some time, and it will never get to the point where it would be like a complete picture.
If the services are already on Apple,
Yes,
that means that
yes.
Apple already is integrated with them, no?
Yeah.
If these guys succeed, then the CEOs of Microsoft, Google, and Apple should all be fired.
They will all resign, right? I mean, sounds
Yeah.
like it. I mean,
But,
they're going to resign.
The question that I have
I mean,
is,
maybe they should be.
the question that I have is, you said you have access to data that nobody else has access
That's
to.
our
I don't understand that. Why do you think you have access that other competitors wouldn't have access to?
No, thank you very much for bringing this up. So first of all, we guarantee by design, by the technology, that only your information always stays within your device's ecosystem. So even we as the developers do not access it by default. yes, Apple potentially will have information, will access to information to the services it provides, but we believe it will not get information to the services that sits outside its ecosystem. And again, given it all remains on the premises of the user, on their device, so literally on my phone, I will have my assistant, and my MacBook basically
Yeah,
will
my
drive
question
it.
is versus other competitors. It's not like you've got
Yes.
some secret source here that you can access part of the system that somebody else in principle couldn't. So you're really betting on a time to market here, and you're trying to be the first to, in this land grab that's going to go on.
Yeah, I think there is a good example about Microsoft Recall that actually tried it.
Yeah. With big players, there's certain limitations that we are not subject to. Yeah, Microsoft Recall is a good example. It's been in progress of being released for how many years now?
That's just saying they're stupid or lazy or whatever.
Not exactly. I think the problem space is just different. Where the limitations that we have are smaller, but the overall problem space is also smaller.
I have a couple of questions too. So if I understand this right, this thing runs on my desktop.
Absolutely.
Or laptop.
Or laptop. And when I want to access it with my mobile phone, the desktop has to be running?
Yep.
Okay, so it has to run all the time. It's my little server now.
It is.
So how do you access all the data on the desktop? Because more than half of the data is not actually on the desktop, it's somewhere in the cloud. So how does that work?
Yep. So by default, anything on the desktop can be accessed through files, but also we do include third-party integrations, which by default are configured to be read-only. So if you have something in your email or your Google Drive, the assistant can pull that, same as pretty much anything else does. So it combines the integrations that do already exist with all of the data that you have on all of your devices, that you don't have to trust anyone, not just the data that you give them today, but all the data that you give them tomorrow and going forward, because you're not giving it to anyone. It's just yours.
How does this work exactly? So if you are not connecting through the APIs of these services, which you shouldn't,
No, we actually do. So we actually connect. So basically, a very simple example. I don't really want to touch it, but like your Gmail account. So you authenticate using the authentication. You get the token again, and it stays on your device. And now our agent has a capability to read your emails, to create drafts for you, and again to analyze everything what's in your inbox. Literally, it can pull all the emails from your email box, vectorize them, and store in your memory graph layer. And
so
again,
you are actually pulling the data.
We do, yes.
And push it on the
continuously
desktop, laptop, server, vectorize it there.
On your computer.
On my computer,
Yes.
and then, okay, now I get it.
Yes, and that applies for all other integrations, like again, take Garmin devices, take Apple Kit.
But this is
housekeeping.
per service, you have to make an integration.
Yes, of course, but we do it customer friendly. A part of, for instance, CloudBot. So probably most of you have heard about it. But again, we do it in a way so that you do not do any more than a few clicks in order to set it up. You scan a QR code with your desktop that links your devices. You close the lid. It works in background. So we tested it. It's completely autonomous, self-sustainable. And the most important thing, I think, is that the data continuously flowing onto your devices. It stays and remains there, so that you do not worry whether I want to share the access to this information to the agent or not. And again, in future, you might want to not to share something with it, and you shouldn't worry, because again, even we as developers do not touch this data unencrypted.
Do not touch or cannot touch.
We cannot touch. That's a very good mode that we.
I have a question. Why did you call your company Atlantis?
Yeah, so it goes deep into the technologies that have been forgotten, because AI have been there for quite a while, starting with the first GPT technologies. And yes, we believe that the technologies that is going to evolve significantly, but they've been already there. So that's the fluid. And of course, it starts with the letter A, so it couldn't be.
Isn't Atlantis drowned?
It is, but they
so is it a good thing?
But they had technologies that were at some point of time of history.
Can I ask the go-to-market question?
No, please. Yes.
So how do you go to market?
So as I said, so we started with consumers because we want to understand how people use our products and the features. And given we don't have access to the actual data that they're performing, we still can suggest them so they can enable analytics that help us at least understand the features they are using, the frequency of their accessing against some kind of functionality, and build upon this understanding. So we believe that there are lots of applications in, as I said, government agencies or healthcare or even law firms that still contains lots of personal information of their customers, but they may still not have the consent to access and process this data with the enterprise AI. So, and we believe that there are still companies that will keep on keeping this way. And given we can still take the platform and deploy it on the private cloud of each like small to medium business, they might be still interested in, because that opens up lots of opportunities and lots of information that they can fetch.
Okay, and on that note, I'm going to jump in. Thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our pitch sessions. I'd like, you know what? We've heard from 14 fantastic startups. Let's give a big round of applause for all of our presenters today, as well as our jury for their incredible questions. And if you scan that QR code, it's time for me to let you know that voting is now up and live in the WhatsApp channel. So please go in there, make sure you vote for your favorite pitch of the day. That is going to directly lead to the winner of the Audience Choice Award coming up very shortly. I have one more reminder that's actually specifically directed to all of our investors in the room, including our jury panel, which is that during our networking dinner, we have the speed dating matchmaking session that puts together investors and startups. If you'd like to sign up for that, we'd love to sign up some more investors. You can do that at their registration booth there and get your name in the hat for that. So on that note, folks, we are going to take another quick break here. Jump up, stretch those legs, refresh yourselves. And when we come back, we will have a keynote address, and then we will be announcing our winners. Thank you so much. Richard Zocher, the CEO and founder of You.com, who's going to be giving a keynote address on the future of AI and search. I'm going to hand things over now to Richard Zocher. Take it away, Richard. Thank you for being here.
Hello, hello, and thanks for having me. And hello, everyone. Great to be here. I see the room. Folks are coming in. So yeah, nice. Thank you. I saw that wave. All right, wonderful. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about AI and AI search infrastructure and where things are going. I think there will be a lot of interesting things. I hope we have some time for questions in the end and the AV setup to make that work. But let me get started. So there are a few different predictions that I'm going to start with when we talk about the future. And I hope, looks like you'll be able to see my slides. There are a lot of predictions. I won't go through all of them, but I'll choose a couple of fun ones that I think will play out this year. A lot of folks are asking what the new kind of jobs will be. You know, a lot of jobs are changing. Some might go away eventually completely. But I think there will also be new kinds of jobs, and it's very hard for us to predict what those will be. But I think reward engineer is one of those jobs that I think we will see. And a reward engineer is essentially similar to a prompt engineer, but at a much higher level and delegating and managing a more sophisticated action agent versus sort of a mostly tool using and knowledge agent. And I'll give you an example of the kinds of problems that reward engineers will have to deal with when they're managing a very powerful AI. Imagine you're in customer service and your boss now says, just improve my customer satisfaction scores, my CSAT scores, right? And you just say, my agent, just go improve my CSAT scores. Well, that agent may then basically create 1 million bots, make 1 million fake phone calls to your customer support hotline, and then give itself 5 out of 5 ratings so that that number went up. It's what we call reward hacking. And it's a very common problem in reinforcement learning and AI. The AI will find the simplest, fastest, cheapest way to maximize the reward. And then you say, oh, no, I meant with like real customers. And then the AI will probably find another very simple solution, like give everyone $1,000 gift certificate after their $10 order failed. And you're like, no, that's not what I meant. And so what you exactly mean, what kinds of goals you want your organization to accomplish, and how you structure and engineer all of those rewards, that will be a new kind of job. And we're seeing the first versions of that this year. Another prediction that a lot of people fear is related to the lump of labor fallacy. It's a fallacy that labor is one fixed lump. And when you take away with automation 30% of labor, then you have 30% unemployment. And that is just not true. Labor is much more elastic. And what we're seeing is often that with automation, the overall wealth and, dare I say, abundance actually grows. And countries and organizations that lean into that end up being more prosperous and wealthy. And so I think this is also the case for AI here. And there are a lot of stories of rags to riches. It's a famous saying. Why don't you hear rags to riches stories anymore? Because no matter how poor you are, even if you're in Africa, you can afford clothing now. Why? Because we had automation and we have weaving machines. But the first wave of weaving machines, people wanted to destroy them. They're called Luddites, right? And we will see multiple such waves of Luddites trying to destroy the machines, in this case, the algorithms that displace and change their labor, ultimately for the better, but short term, we'll see a lot of pushback from those. And we have to think about how to smoothen that transition as countries and organizations too, for our employees. This one is very close to my heart. Search infrastructure remains essential, no matter how good the model gets. Basically, you will think about LMs. When you think about them, you basically realize that you cannot train them every 5 minutes something happens in the world. And we'll get to this in a lot more detail, but if you want your answers from large language models to be up to date, accurate, and have citations, then you have to give it access to a search engine. And we are seeing something interesting happening here with search that actually we see in a lot of different ways, which is a lot of infrastructure that was built initially for people to do something is going to get reinvented for AI to do that same thing. For example, GPUs were invented to allow people to play more beautiful games with great graphics. Now we have GPUs that don't have any graphics outputs, right? They're just there for AI. So we reinvented, mostly NVIDIA, reinvented this piece, this layer of the infrastructure stack for AI. We're seeing the same thing with browsers. Browsers are now a window for AI to access the world. And we're seeing that also with search engines. Search engines were built for people to choose which of 10 blue links to click on, but because AI searches differently, we will reinvent that entire part of the infrastructure stack. Those are, we'll get a lot more into the details of that. And then maybe I'll end on this and also my talk eventually on where superintelligence will go. We are essentially right now in AI in this dual state. And I call it two states, the electricity and the research state. The electricity state, it basically similar to electricity, we figured out how to build AI systems for specific tasks. When you have a clear input X and a clear set of outputs Y, and you have enough training data, whether you use traditional machine learning or now more sophisticated large language models, when you have enough XY outputs, input pairs, then you can essentially automate that mapping, that task. So that's the electricity state. And we can now, just like with electricity, we can go into every different industry out there and infuse AI into that industry, assuming we have enough data. And data generally is a good predictor for how soon we can infuse AI into an industry. If that industry has a lot of data easily accessible, then that means that AI can have a massive impact on that industry. And then there are complexities around how to get access to the data. AI will be slower, and there are a lot of murky human incentive structures where the rollout will be delayed of AI, even though the technology could be there. I'll give you some examples. Data around music is much more contentious than data around poetry. So you can now have AI write you any kind of poem because there's no big industry of all the poets and a big lobbying arm and legal threats and so on when you steal someone's rhyme scheme or poem. But for music, there's a lot of legality and a lot of questions. And because of that, we still cannot tell an AI to write us a song in the voice of a specific artist, for instance. But eventually, as some organizations are able to resolve those rollout issues in their startups and really understand that industry deeply, they can disrupt that also. I'll give another example that's maybe closer to some of the folks in the room and what they're working on. That's AI for legal. The first wave of AI startups in legal tech basically said, oh, look, we'll make you 10x more efficient. But what they didn't quite internalize well enough is that a lot of lawyers are getting paid by the hour, and whether they do 10 NDAs in that hour or 100 NDAs in that hour doesn't really matter to them. They get paid the same amount per hour. And so those startups failed. And now there are basically two paths. Either you have to be clever and realize, well, you should only work with company internal law firms that have so much on their plate, they would love to get some help, or you have to do the full stack. Basically, you're an AI first law firm and you can just offer much, much cheaper prices than others. And so that is on the electricity state. Now, on the research state, we also see so much more room to grow and actually build superintelligence. Superintelligence is essentially intelligence that is much more capable than humans. And we know that whatever we can simulate or verify, we can get superhuman performance in. So all the games you can play, if you can play that game infinitely many times, that means the AI can eventually figure out how to play that game better and try all kinds of new strategies and so on, and get to superhuman capabilities. If you have unique data that humans aren't easily attuned to, like large language models on protein generation, for instance, a paper I published in 2018, and we synthesized those proteins in wet labs and they actually folded and worked well. There's a lot that can be done in AI for biology and AI with unique scientific data sets. And ultimately, the most interesting bit is if superintelligence is able to self-improve and actually recursively build better versions of themselves and then feed those in. And this is something that I'm working on now also. But let's go back into where we are today and how startups and big companies are struggling with this rollout. We're actually seeing a lot of issues still around trust and a crisis from the lack of trust. And more and more folks are getting basically into hot water with their organizations because they trust the AI too much. This delegation is really important, but also finding the right partners to actually build more accurate AIs. And the most important bit that people forget about when it comes to building accurate AI is in the AI search infrastructure. LLMs and chatbots and agents are, to a large degree, as many other systems, garbage in, garbage out. If you ask an LM, what's new with this company or what's new with Trump, and that AI comes up with something that is just in its weights, knowledge that it was in its weights from some previous time, it will be wrong. It will not be the latest thing. If you ask the AI to then search, and the search engine gives it a bunch of outdated information back and then puts that into the prompt, the LLM will give you that outdated information. And so in order to get an AI to be accurate, up to date, and have citations, you need to have a good search index. And there are really only two amazing ones, Google and Bing. And unfortunately, neither of them have clean APIs for LLMs. And both of them are also built for people, essentially, to make decisions and for people to decide which of the 10 blue links to click on. And so you can reinvent these search engines for AI in particular. And I think that will be incredibly important because in the next few years, we're going to see more AI agents surfing and using the web than humans. I think that will be a profound challenge to the internet, especially the large parts of the internet that are advertising based, because chatbots or your agents are not going to be as easily swayed by an ad, and it's much easier to filter them out for them. And so that will be a big disruption, and that's why it's slower than it could be technologically, but it will happen. What we see is essentially that these general web indices are not quite customized well enough for AI. They're built for browsing, human navigation. They're very focused on the links, not the facts, and with different citations. And they crawl very broadly, but lack sort of domain-specific knowledge. And so what we found at U.com is that we essentially now empower companies with a new kind of AI search infrastructure that was custom built for AI, that is more accurate in terms of the answers that you get out of it, that's more customizable. You can think of many things in life as falling onto, can people still hear me?
My mic is, yes, we can still hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, the video changed and I stopped seeing the audience. We can think of many things as falling onto a Pareto optimal frontier, right? You cannot have a car that is super fast and super cheap, or a car that has the best mileage, but also the best acceleration. And so you have these Pareto optimal frontiers, and we see this also in AI, where you may have a background agent, and that background agent wants very accurate data and search results, but it actually doesn't care how fast those search results come to it. And so we offer APIs for that front, but then you have also some LLMs and chatbots where the user is directly there sitting and waiting for an answer, and you need to have extremely fast latencies, like in the few hundreds of milliseconds at most. And we basically offer that customization to everyone. We want everything to be real time, so you have up-to-date news content and things like that, and so on. So basically, this is where we're at now. I'm really excited, actually. We have over 1 billion queries that we do mostly for LLMs that then go to people. Of course, not every LLM it goes directly to a user, but most of them do. Most of them aggregate and then provide an answer to a user. And so when you do that 1 billion plus times a month, that's actually an incredibly exciting scale, and also shows you how much you can actually control these LLMs through that search index. We have customers and partners like OpenAI, Amazon, Alibaba, Windsurf for coding, DuckDuckGo for privacy-preserving search, Harvey for AI legal tech, The Telegraph for news, Databricks. So like a whole host of different companies and very tech-forward ones often rely on this search infrastructure that we provide. I'll maybe just talk about briefly here that the web search generally is very useful, but what we're seeing now is that there are industries that need to have more unique data that is often hard to get, can be proprietary, can just be really hard to access. And so we're now partnering with companies in legal tech, in travel, in news and logistics, and so on, with providing them even deeper vertical indices. And a lot of folks are wondering how to avoid AI slop, how to avoid your chatbot giving the same average answer that everyone can now get everywhere else. And the single easiest way to accomplish that is by giving it a better search and better data access and context for itself. And then the LLM will give you more interesting and more unique answers back. So this is an example of the Pareto optimal frontier here. The further you are on the right, the lower the latency, the faster the speed. And then you can basically look at the speed and accuracy trade-offs. And we're essentially in the top right here by far, which is exciting to see. You can actually, in the US, go DuckDuckGo and search for anything news related. And you'll see down here where those news results come from. GPT-OSS is also a great proof point. You can go to the official OpenAI GitHub repo and actually see how to incorporate U.com search into your open source GPT model, which is very popular with developers. One thing that you can often identify of how future-leaning an organization is when it comes to the adoption of AI is around benchmarks. If you can have a clean benchmark as an organization of what constitutes a right answer, a right set of actions, given a certain context or input, you will eventually be able to choose the right vendor, choose the right models, and automate some of those and make it less political. And so we're always excited because whenever customers have a real large benchmark data set, we win those deals because we have the most accurate answers, both in terms of search, but then also the follow-ups on search, which is essentially the ability to give more unique, useful answers with better citations, less one-sided answers, no overconfident answers, and so on. And I'll end maybe here on two more high-level notes. All of this, what we're seeing, the progress we're making now is on the electricity state. But if we are thinking about superintelligence, at some point we have to acknowledge that the way we're currently doing things will prevent us from getting there. What do I mean by that? In many of the benchmarks that we use, and you see here, things like ImageNet that I'm one of the co-authors of, and other types of reasoning data sets and math and sort of IQ tests essentially for students, and the Stanford question answering data set and things like that. You basically see AI getting quickly to a certain benchmark, but then for the most part, flattening out right around that human baseline. And so if we only measure AI with human IQ tests that have, 100 questions, and if you get 100 out of 100 right, then that's your upper bar. Then if that's the only way you test intelligence, you will not be able to identify even, let alone train super intelligent AI. Super intelligent systems that essentially have exceeded what humans could understand, the kinds of questions humans can ask. And so we need to think more carefully about this, even sort of raise like these chatbot arena, for instance, which is exciting and one of the most useful ways to see sort of chatbot models, only ask human judges which answer here is better. But maybe at some point we'll get AI to give answers that we don't understand anymore, so they're bad for humans, they're not that useful, but they're actually correct and they push the world forward. And that is particularly true for complex systems that we often see in biology. What calculus did for physics, I think AI will do for biology, and that is it's a set of tools and it's a language that can deal with complexity. And the complexity might be very, very large, so that it's hard for humans to understand that this particular combination of 1,000 genes or 1,000 types of bacteria in your microbiome, or like a couple million neurons, as they're interacting in certain ways, they give us certain outputs. At some point, the interesting things in the world are non-convex and highly complex at the same time. And so we need to allow AI to essentially either build simulators, build verifiers, or get access to more scientific data in order to push beyond these anthropic bounds. And again, a lot of interesting infrastructure is being built right now. A lot of revenue can be made for startups when they build the right level of infrastructure. And I'm excited to see what everyone here at Constructor is building, and I hope we have some time for questions now.
Check. Thank you so much, Richard. I'm not sure how much you can see or hear of us, but you're getting a nice warm round of applause here in the room, and the voice that is beaming to you. Oh, there you go. Maybe you can see me now. My name is Adrian. I'm the host of the event. Unfortunately, we won't have time really for Q&A. As you know, we're running a bit behind, but maybe what I'll do is just limit it to a really simple one, which is, if people in the room here are interested in learning more about what you're doing, where's the best place for them to find you? And is there anything else you'd like to plug before we let you go?
You can find me on richard@u.com or Richard Zocher on Twitter X.
Wonderful. Okay, so Richard Zocher, CEO and founder of U.com, thank you so much for joining us today, and we will bid you a good morning or good evening or whatever time it is where you are. Take care.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Okay, folks, now it's the time you've all been waiting for. No, I'm not talking about dinner. That is coming up as well. But we have reached the point where we are ready for our closing ceremony and to announce our winners. And so to do this, I am going to be inviting a few people up to the stage, and we're going to start with that coveted audience award, as well as a couple other awards from our partners. So to the stage right now, I would like to invite once again Dmitry Kurin, CEO of Constructor Start, as well as Nikita Nathan Hartschenberg with AWS, and Fadel Al-Tarzi, founder and CEO of Nexford University. Come on up.
Yeah, dear guests, thank you. I plan to start not from the jury voting, but from the WhatsApp group voting. So we have a special prize for the winner of the WhatsApp group voting. It's Nix. Come on stage. I guess you crashed the WhatsApp group and share with your friends, but yeah. Thank you for your attending, and yes. Maybe you remember that I told about information that this program wasn't realized if our mentors and our speakers didn't help us. And many thanks for our Constructor Capital team. Guys, please come on stage. Valentina, Vitaly, Mary. Who else? Anybody from Constructor Capital? Come here. Oh, Matthias, of course. Matthias, please come, please. Aram, are you here? Yes, please come. Yeah, Anna Verkhova, are you here? Okay, please come. Yeah, we have special merch prizes for you guys. Thank you for your help and thank you for your support. We will check, because during the selection process, we marked different voting lists from my side and from Vitaly's side. So right now it will be interesting time to analyze it, how it works and who will be the winner. So please, merch from Constructor Start for you. Thank you. And also, maybe we forgot about another mentor, Fadel. Are you here? Please come on stage. Our mentor, CEO of Nexford, please. Yeah, thank you guys, and yeah. And also we forgot about one mentor who from AWS. Nikita, please come. Stay here. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. And I'm ready to hand over the microphone for you.
Yeah, you can actually have your own mics.
Yes, yes. It's for you, please, Nikita. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you much. Thank you much.
Let's share your expectations and please award different teams.
Before we start, it was a lot said about I would say, the companies and the actors on the market who benefit a lot, I would say, from this generative AI era, knocking the doors. I would say AWS relates to infrastructure, and yes, might be one of the persons representing these kind of stakeholders. My name is Nikita Nathan Harchenberg. My role in AWS is called Startup Investor Manager, and I would say my day-to-day work is to have a good relations with the top-tier VCs in the market, to rely on their optics and understand what are the most promising startups emerging on the market. So this is the reason I'm here today, because understanding how the gentlemen and ladies from Constructor VC in particular are watching the market, what technologies they consider to be the most promising is a thing to track from my side. I would also relate a lot being a mentor of the Startup Constructor Start program. All the mentors which took part and supporting the teams during the educational process. And I do see that every company we had today on stage, I see the essence, I see the team, I see the technology, I see some gaps, but now I would like to emphasize 3 of the companies, because these exact companies can, first thing, benefit from AWS majorly, and the second thing, the way I provide the feedback about them, looking through AWS optics or VC optics, might be beneficial for every of you sitting in these rooms. I would like to invite these 3 companies to the stage. Atlantis AI, NIX, and YX, Cube DC, NYX, first things to say about you. There are a lot of talks in AWS related to AI agents and like the complexity of orchestration with AI agents. AWS Marketplace has a very separate, non-public, I would say, program which is called GTM Sprint. And this exact program helps the startups of your kind, I would say, to jump into AWS Marketplace in the quickest way and to get the access to Amazon customers, I would say. So I believe you could benefit a lot from this exact motion. So my congratulations to you. Yes, some fancy t-shirt and some things which is coming. And yes, the credits are also the thing. Second company, Atlantis AI. First thing to emphasize, it was very pleasant to see you both on the stage, because different type of expertise to present to the VC partners and to the audience is like very, very beneficial. I would like to encourage you, because you're in a very difficult, I would say, space, which is related to B2C, not B2B. And like every VC I talk to, Usually they say like B2C, no. However, I feel that the temperature now changes and we are gently moving to local LLIs, agents. We see a lot of ideas and the space for B2C startups. So please, you can rely on AWS Cloud, yes, and some fancy t-shirts for you. Last not the least, maybe a bit unexpected, but this is the reason I've decided to call the CubeDC on the stage is the following. Being the mentor of this exec team, I'm not biased here. I'm not biased. I saw how Constructor Start Accelerator was working not only with the traction, fundraising, pitch book, but we were working with the mentality of the people coming to this acceleration program. And Vladimir, Alexander, these are people originating from the service products selling, and to build this kind of a product, I would say, mindset during such a short term, I consider to be, I would say, a well-deserved thing for of the team of the Constructor Start Acceleration Program. And last but not the least statement here, in AWS, we very highlight the teams which are intelligent enough to understand the bottleneck and bold enough to ask for resources about this. This is the only team which were bold enough to ask not only the money, but to understand that they need for expertise, enterprise selling expertise, and I appreciate it a lot. To make everything. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I think we're going to turn things over to Fadel Altarzi, founder and CEO of Nextword University, who also would like to recognize some of the startups.
All right. Well, thanks again, Constructor Capital. I mean, this is our second year to partner with you guys on this initiative. You know, very few organizations really walk the talk, I think, in this sector. You know, you have VCs who are sort of more on the cutthroat side, and then you have accelerators, and you have capital who are really trying to mentor, I think, startups across the world, create a real ecosystem, investing in founders, and really adding tremendous value. So again, we're really fortunate to be partnering with you guys on this. So the three startups that I want to call up today are Cell Kinetica. Are you guys here? Yeah. And then, thank you. MetaNeural and Kendra Tech. So we are a startup university ourselves. We started about 6 years ago, for those of you who don't know us. And what we're awarding is, you know, a scholarship to the three founders. I know founders are busy. Basically, this is going to provide you an opportunity to gain, you know, world-class education in a way that's very flexible, that's skills-focused, that's actually going to help you build your startups live. So this isn't like writing papers about stuff. You know, the skills that you're going to gain in these programs are ones that are going to directly contribute towards the growth of your startup. So the first one is Cell Kinetica. And then MetaNeural. And Kendra Tech. All right, thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Tarzi. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, it's time to come to the $100,000 check or checks. And so for this portion of the ceremony, I'm going to once again invite up Dmitry Kurin and as well as Marie Lepsky to award, to find out who our big winners are. Dmitry and Marie.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was so difficult choice, but yeah, we collected all the data, and thank you our juries that you are here. You spent a lot of time to arrive to Bremen, and you spent a lot of time to share your expertise for us, for our startups. Thanks a lot for that.
Yes, it was quite a difficult choice, but thanks for your patience and thank you again for judges because some of them, as Paul, for example, came from US, particularly to participate in our event, live from UK, Peter from the Netherlands and Wolfgang from Austria. Several more judges already left, but many thanks again. And
we are ready to announce the winners. Please, number. Good news, we have 3 winners. Applause. Without any places, but just only the winners of the Constructor Start Demo Day.
first one
Yes.
is Cell Kinetic.
Woo! Elgenetica, congratulations. Guys, it's yours.
Yes, yes, just take it.
Our jury was, incredible, amazing about your problem and about your market. So, congratulations. Thank you, guys. The second one from the first part of the pitch session, the prize is going to Metanero. Yeah. Thank you. And we have one more check, but I don't know. Should we present? No? Maybe you can state for us. What do you think?
Maybe.
Okay.
But
Next
okay,
time.
next time. We talk today a lot about quantum. And you know that we like to invest in quantum startups. This time, Kendra.
Woo! Martin, please come. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, wow. One more big hand for not just our winners, but all the startups today. Big hand for yourselves, big hand for the jurists. At this time, we'd like to invite all 3 of our winners back onto the stage. We're going to get a group photo. So all 3 of our big check winners, please come on back to the stage for a group photo.
Yeah, and all participants, all startups, foreign guys, please come on stage.
Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. All the Constructor Star finalists, please come up to the stage. We're going to do a big group photo. And as a reminder, once we close things up, we'll be having our dinner out in the hall for networking. And if we have any investors in the room, if you haven't signed up yet for the speed dating, please go sign up for speed dating so you can connect with more startups.
All participants of today's speeches, where are you guys? Please come on stage. All 14 startups who already pitched today, please come on stage. And our guests, our juries, please come to the group photo.
Okay, yeah, we'll also invite jury members onto the stage for the group photo. Jury members are welcome to join. Maybe I'll sneak in there too, why not? All right, everybody. We will see you in the foyer for the networking dinner. Thank you so much for being part of Demo Day. And we'll get yourself refreshed. Let's cut loose and have a good time. Take care.